Ladies and gentlemen, it's a couple of minutes past our start time, so we will call this meeting to order. I'm Dale Washburn, chairing this ad hoc study committee on ad valorem taxation. And so before we introduce our members, I welcome all of you here today. We're glad you're here, and we look forward to those who will be presenting. Let me start this meeting with prayer, if you will. Our Father, we are deeply and sincerely grateful for your grace to us and for all the blessings you give us. We thank you especially that we are so blessed and so privileged to be citizens of the United States of America and of the great state of Georgia. We ask that you would give us wisdom now as we do this work, help us to make the right decisions at the right time. And Father, I would not end this prayer without praying for the people of the nation of Israel, for those victims that have suffered so, and we pray for comfort and care for them and their families and the families of those that have hostages. And we ask for wisdom and courage for the leadership of the nation of Israel as well. And as a follower of Christ, I offer this prayer in his name. Amen. Thank you again for being here. I'd like to start with letting our members just introduce themselves, starting with Representative Fry down here, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Spencer Fry. I represent House District 122 in Athens.
Hi, I'm Representative Beth Camp. I represent District 135, which is in West Central Georgia.
I'm Vance Smith. I represent District 138, which is part of Muskogee, part of Harris, and part of Troup counties.
Hey, I'm Representative Clint Crow. I represent House District 118, which is all of Butts County, most of Jasper, about 2/3 of Putnam, and a little bit of Henry County.
Good morning. My name is Chuck Martin. I represent the 49th District. That's North Fulton, portions of Rawlsville, Milton, and Alpharetta.
We also have on Zoom Chairman Shaw Blackman and Chairman Bruce Williamson. And are they able to speak or not? Yeah. Mr. Chairman and Mr. Chairman, would you like to make any comments?
Thank you, Chairman. It's Shaw here. I just really want to thank you and the committee members for lending your expertise to, I think, a subject that's been on a lot of folks' minds. Be here for a little while if y'all need me. Thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the work y'all are doing, and like Chairman Blackman says, just appreciate the work and look forward to hearing the rest of this meeting.
Well, thank you. I'm honored to chair this important study committee. Ad valorem taxation, of course, is very important to Georgia, very important to our local governments in the area of funding of education as other service delivery, and also important to our citizens who pay the taxes, of course, our individual families and businesses. We are hoping to look at several things. One, we want to look at trying to make our system as transparent as possible for our taxpayers. And so we want to look at that. We'll also be looking at the valuation process and some other things as we go forward. So we are appreciative of all of our presenters today, and we look forward to hearing from them. And so our first one is Dr. David Shoquist from Georgia State University, who wrote a very interesting paper on the history of ad valorem taxation. And I appreciate Dr. Shoquist being with us today, and I particularly appreciate Jim Thornton of GMA for assisting me in introducing me to Dr. Shoquist and his work, and also to helping me secure him to present to us today. So, Dr. Shoquist, we look forward to your presentation on the history of ad valorem taxation in Georgia.
It's a pleasure to be here. Welcome all the members of the General Assembly. I'm an economist, not a historian. I'm an economist, not an historian. And this is really somewhat different kind of research that I'm used to doing. I spent a lot of my career looking at property taxes, but looking at the history of the property tax was fairly unique. This is really not a history as defined by historians. It's more chronology, but I couldn't spell chronology, so I use history. So there's really we're going to spend time talking about 200 years of property tax in Georgia in 15 minutes or so. So hang on. And clearly I can't go into the detail of all the changes. There's really two eras separated by 1853. So I'm going to talk about the tax system that was in place prior to 1853, and then the system that when it was adopted in 1852 and went into effect in 1853, and then the evolution of that to where we are today. So pre-1853, it's hard to think about 18. Okay, there was a. Oops. So the pre-1853 was established and codified in 1804 by an act. The system that existed at that time was a set of specific taxes. So particular. So there was it established a set of taxes rates on various pieces of property, enumerated very specifically. So you had 19 categories of land. For example, the land that was tidal swamp, a good quality, it was taxed at 3.7 cents per acre. Billiard tables were added. They were taxed at $25 a table. Inventory was taxed at 31.25 cents per $100 of value. There was also a poll tax as part of this, and that was a 31.25 cents per person. So there was a mix of ad valorem, percentage taxes and per unit taxes. Counties and municipalities could adopt a property tax using a percent of the rates specified in the law. There was at that time a national debate going on regarding what the property tax should look like. So there were advocates of the current ad valorem tax. The debate was over whether it should be universal, that is, all property should be taxed, and uniform, that is, it should be taxed on value at the same rate. And that became the basis for the changes in taxes across the country. Illinois was the first state to adapt an ad valorem tax. We had universality and uniformity. That was in 1818. There's a commission that was established by the legislature in 1839 that basically said, this is what we should do, and recommended. You read the quote, I won't read it. And it said that we ought to move to an ad valorem tax. The political fight over it was the winners and losers. Winners were primarily more urban, when we think of urban areas. Losers were more rural. So the General Assembly passed the General Property Tax Act of 1852. And this replaced the existing system, and it's a basis for the current system. It was uniform tax on all property. All property was taxed. It didn't matter whether the owner was a resident or non-resident of the state. Didn't matter whether they were an individual or a corporation. They were treated the same. So all property was taxed. It wasn't on the user; it's on the owner. Legally, it's on the property itself, but the owner is responsible for paying it. It included all real property, land, buildings, mines, etc. Personal property, tangible, inventory, equipment, also included Negro slaves. Remember, this is 1852. Intangibles were also taxed. So they listed things like stocks, bonds, money, accounts receivable. Since there was no income tax, they also included a poll tax. So the tax would vary by individual, but that was eliminated in 1945. There were exemptions, and it was listed and these are sort of the basis of the current list of exemptions. Though, government land, schools, libraries, nonprofits, charitable institutions. So the initial, this was the structure of the tax. So everything was taxed, valued at current market value, at a tax at 100% at a given rate for all property within a jurisdiction. That's the structure. The administration, however, was a problem. Initially, it was a self-assessment process. Property owners had to file a return, a property listing all the property and its value. That's where you see now, you hear references to returning property. That's where that came from. You had to return the list of property. So the owner had to list all the property they had and evaluate it. That were turned over to a tax receiver. The role of the receiver was to make sure that it got a receipt, a return from every taxpayer. And if it didn't, it could go back and assess the owner. They also look at the value of the property and decide that they need to be increased and could do that. Those were done by, that was for the state taxes. For the county, or excuse me, for the cities, they had assessors. So they were not relying on returning property voluntarily. The self-reporting led to vast underreporting of property and misreporting of property values. And so that became a real problem. So what are the changes from that system of universality and uniformity? There weren't much changes in the first 100 years in the administration. There were small steps to improve the assessment process. In 1913, the tax commissioner was assigned the responsibility of equalizing digest, but the state decided to stop doing that in 1920. It didn't do it again until 1960. In 1965, the state did the first sales assessment ratio study. Ratio study was taking the value of the assessed value in one year and the sale price in the following year and determining whether assessed value was related to the sale price, presumably the market value. So the state, because of the change in how the state was funding education, the legislature required a statewide sales assessment ratio study. And what they found was wide variations across jurisdictions, from an average of 5% to 42%. So big changes, and nothing close to 100%, what was legal. Well, that inequality led to a court case. The Constitution required uniformity within a jurisdiction. The state was a jurisdiction, and it had a tax at the time, 1/4% or 1/4 mil. So they went to court, and the Superior Court ruled in favor of the plaintiff and said the state had to equalize the digest across jurisdictions, across the state because of that. The tax commissioner was assigned that responsibility, but because almost all property digests were assessed at less than 40%, he said, well, 40% makes sense. We can't get to 100%. The courts agreed. And then the General Assembly in 1968 adopted 40% as the legal assessment ratio. Some other changes that were made in 1972, assessing by municipalities was eliminated. At that time, assessing was done both by county and municipality with different values for each of those. things. Board of Equalization is established, and then a process called factoring. If jurisdiction was assessing at less than 40%, they were required to raise the value of all property until the aggregate value became 40%. Every property increased by the same percent. So it didn't, while it changed the uniformity across jurisdictions, it didn't affect the uniformity within the jurisdiction. Beginning in 1988, there was a major effort at reforming the assessment process, improving it. So the tax commissioner was charged with reviewing the digest. He had various measures of quality, and he could decide whether the digest met that quality. If the county did not meet the standard, it had to fix that. And the tax commissioner had the authority to prevent grants from going to that county. The major change, but 4 years later, they changed that. They went to a 3-year cycle. So every 3 years, you did a major evaluation. Again, the tax commissioner evaluated the digest, measure the quality against various standards. And if this jurisdiction was not in compliance, it had a year to fix that. If it didn't, then the state could impose various fines, penalties for doing that. In 1975, they started making changes in how the assessments were determined, the valuations were determined. If you're trying to determine the market value of property that hasn't sold, the basic procedure is to look at properties that have sold and make comparisons. At that beginning in 1975, the states started imposing conditions for selecting properties for that comparison. So the zoning, for example, had to be similar. They eliminated property that was a non-arm's length sale, those sorts of things, to make sure that the comparison property was at a proper comparison to the property being. Sorry. Change of the universality, that is what's in the base. There were very few changes until 1945. What was added were primarily extensions of the existing exemptions. So things, religious institutions, schools, government property, nonprofits, charitable contributions, charitable institutions. In 1970, the state decided to reduce or eliminate the personal property on household furnishings. So they listed a variety of things, and all those went away. It was difficult to assess that anyhow because of you didn't know what was in the house unless you went and looked. That became very impossible. That was extended again in 1986. In 2012, state decided to move away from taxing automobiles, taxing the title. So when automobiles are titled, the tax is imposed. Vehicles which have not sold remain in the ad valorem tax. So that most automobiles are now taxed on sort of an excise tax basis. In 1976, the state identified 3 classes of inventory. And so they adopted what was known as a Freeport condition. So jurisdictions could decide which of those 3 classes of inventory they would not tax and at what percent of the value. It was a local option, and the property, the inventory in those conditions, in those exemptions, expanded over time. In 1937, the homestead exemption was $2,000, the state tax. When it remained at $2,000 for the next 70, 80 years, till the state eliminated its property tax on its for itself. Over time, additional homestead exemptions were added. Low-income elderly were added. Survivors, spouses of survivors of people of military, police, firemen who died. So those sorts of things. They added what is known as the floating homestead exemption, which equals the increase in value of the property from the time it became taxable. And so the value basically froze. That was the state did that in 1994. Locals began to do that in 2001. Muskogee actually had a freeze by Constitution beginning in 1982. Intangible property was added to the base as new financial instruments were coming into play. And so that expanded up until sometime in the 60s. Then the state began to cut out certain intangible properties. Got to the point where it was taxing businesses that were not Georgia business. That went to court. The Supreme Court said that's illegal. And rather than try to fix that, the state simply eliminated the tax on intangibles in 1996. There's two intangibles still in play. They're not part of the property tax. One is a recording fee on notes of long-term notes and a real estate transfer tax. And uniformity generally held until 1983. But in 83, bona fide agricultural land was allowed to be assessed at 30% rather than 40%. In 1991, the state allowed certain property, conservation use property, residential transitional property to be taxed based on current value rather than current use value, rather than market value. You expect that in an area where the property is being developed, and so the property is really ripe for development, the values increase. But if you can't develop it, if it has to be used for ag, it's much lower value. So the current value is based upon that notion. There are also other changes to uniformity. There's special treatment for certain kind of property, timber, historic property, and brownfields. Timber was decided to tax not on the market value, but tax when the timber was harvested at 100% of the value. There's been a few changes since, I wrote this paper back in 2017, but they're fairly minor. The one thing there are also tax rate limitations that were imposed. State had limits of 5 mills early on, then dropped to 1/4 of a mill when they added the sales tax, didn't need the property tax revenue, and then in 2012 phased it out. The county schools had a mill tax rate of 5 mills in 1920, excuse me, and 15 mills in 1945. And then currently it's at 20 mills, except for school systems were established pre-1877, and there were a few of those. Counties had various limits. It was really unclear exactly how they worked, but by 1981, those were all eliminated. Municipalities and schools have adopted a variety of limits. Mostly it's new cities have been incorporated more recently, include a mill limit in their charter. In 1999, the state had a homeowners tax relief grant program. It was a credit, essentially a way of providing an additional homestead. And then in 1999, the state adopted a comprehensive taxpayer bill of rights, which required The intent was to make it more visible. You have notice about tax increases, you had to hold hearings if you raise the millage rate. So that's basically the 15-minute overview of 200 some years of property tax. So be happy to answer questions if it's appropriate.
Thank you, Dr. Shokus. We do have a question from Chairman Martin, I believe.
Hey, Doctor. I appreciate you coming. I just was interested. You may be the only person in America that's ever written an interesting paper on taxation. But it is an interesting when you look back at the history of it. So I have a number of questions. I'd love to be able to afford some of your time. I won't take the committee's time with it today, but I want to ask two questions, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Intangibles. So you mentioned how that had evolved over time. Am I right in saying that it is unconstitutional now in Georgia to tax intangibles?
No.
Okay, that's not in the Constitution. I thought that was.
Well, the state eliminated intangibles, but it wasn't a court ruling. The court ruled that the way the intangibles tax was structured was unconstitutional. That is, you treated non-Georgia firms differently than Georgia firms. So it's a violation of the.
I understand. What I was going to ask now, and I might maybe take this offline. Then I understood that the intangible values, accounts receivable, et cetera, couldn't be included in business taxation today because of a constitutional prohibition. Am I incorrect in saying that? I'll get with that's not exactly what you to what you were referring at the time.
To eliminate a piece of property from the tax digest, you have to have a constitutional amendment.
And I know, and I'll check on that. I mean, so the next thing, if I can, and this maybe is not quite ad valorem tax, but it's a special tax to me that is rubbed me the wrong way. I think it was put in place in 1927, coming out of the Depression. We have that net worth tax in Georgia, the corporate net worth tax in Georgia that's capped at $5,000. That is especially onerous. Would that somewhat fall into? I mean, it's not an ad valorem tax, but would that fall into a tax you said kind of evolved through our taxation system?
Well, it's evolved, but it's not part of the property tax,
Right?
and isn't in the legislation. It's a separate tax that was established. It's like a intangible tax, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I just wanted to use every opportunity I could bring that up because I think it's the worst thing we do. I'm serious. There's a cap, if I'm correct, Dr. Squires. It's capped at $5,000. So Delta Airlines pays $5,000. Coca-Cola pays $5,000. Small companies pay a percentage of their net worth at the end of it's just very onerous on. So I'd just be remiss if I didn't take every opportunity to tell you. I think it only raises $20-some million, which that's a lot of money, but it comes from the small companies in Georgia. And they have to file it when they file their income tax, I believe is the way it does. So couldn't help but use this opportunity to, again, take a swipe at the corporate net worth tax.
Well, thank you, Chairman Martin, and certainly it's fine to ask that question. And I hope in the next couple of days that there'll be other things that might come up that are not so obvious to us. Are there any other questions for Dr. Shoquist? Well, Dr. Shokus, thank you so much. It's always important when you're thinking about going forward to know where you've been. And we appreciate you writing the paper and appreciate your updating of the paper in 2017, and also you being willing to come today to make this presentation to us. And we appreciate that very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we go forward, I neglected to mention our staffers who are helping us here today. Of course, we have David Hartman, and also Brock Perry has helped us, and my administrative assistant, Shakira King, has helped us a lot. And I certainly wanted to acknowledge them. Next on our agenda, we have Mr. Jim Thornton with the Georgia Municipal Association. And I want to thank Mr. Thornton again for helping me for referring me to Dr. Shoquist and for getting him here today. And also we look forward to hearing the presentation from the Georgia Municipal Association.
Thank you. Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman and the members of the committee. As said, I'm Jim Thornton, Director of Governmental Relations for the Georgia Municipal Association. I'm joined today by Ryan Bowersox, who's our Assistant General Counsel, who's going to be participating in a little bit of our presentation. You've heard the history of the ad valorem property tax over the last 200 years, and I'm going to pivot to talk about how the ad valorem property tax relates to Georgia cities today. As I think you probably know, the Georgia Municipal Association represents the interests of all 537 cities across the state of Georgia. And today in our presentation, you're going to hear that for the most part, Georgia's cities, as Dr. Shoquist indicated, are a bit passive when it comes to the assessment process. The assessment's generally handled as indicated by the counties in coordination with the Department of Revenue. And I think they're going to get into a lot of detail about how that process works. But Georgia cities remain very reliant upon property tax. Okay. Even better. Thanks. Perfect. Thank you. Georgia cities do remain reliant on property tax. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that. And then I think a couple of themes that will emerge from our presentation are that even though Georgia cities remain reliant on property taxes, they are always looking for ways to reduce reliance on property tax, because property tax is probably the least favored of the taxes among the residents of Georgia cities. And then also even though city officials may have a more passive role in the assessment process, they oftentimes do receive inquiries from their residents about the assessment process, about the billing process, et cetera. And many times city officials express the desire to have greater clarity. I think the chairman used the term transparency, clarity in the assessment process and the collection process. Before I dive into it, I just want to always talk about Georgia cities as being the economic engines of the state of Georgia. Even though Georgia cities only represent 9% of the land in the state of Georgia, they account for 44% of Georgia's population. They provide 69% of the jobs, and 75% of Georgia cities are over 5,000 in population. Metropolitan areas accounting for 91% of Georgia's GDP. As it relates to property tax, with only 9% of the land value of the land of the state, Georgia cities are home to 61% of the tax exempt properties. You heard some of those referenced by Dr. Shoquist, things such as churches, colleges, government buildings. Many of those tend to be located in Georgia cities. But nevertheless, 46% of the assessed value of Georgia properties are inside of our cities. 67% of the commercial property of the state is inside Georgia cities, 50% of the industrial property. When it comes to, I mentioned reliance on property tax, Georgia's cities in the aggregate, so understand there's 537 cities and each of them are different and each of them have a slightly different mix of revenue. But in the aggregate, Georgia cities in 2021 received revenue of $6.8 billion, and 27%, the largest slice of the pie, comes from property tax. The second largest slice of the pie is 25%, and that's sales tax. So between property tax and sales taxes, those are the primary sources of revenue. And then, like I indicated, the mix is different in every city, but that gives you some indication of the reliance that Georgia cities have currently on property tax. However, when you drill down into just the tax revenue, so when you're not looking at the other fees and excise taxes and franchise fees, when you look just at the tax revenue of Georgia cities, and look at that again in the aggregate, $4.2 billion. But again, the largest portion of that is the ad valorem property tax at 44%. And then you see the vast majority of the other taxes that are received by Georgia cities are the transactional taxes, the sales taxes, the hotel motel taxes, the alcoholic beverage taxes, et cetera. And just looking at the pie chart for a moment, you'll see that as Georgia cities have attempted over the years, and the legislature has authorized this, to reduce reliance on property taxes, there has been a shift towards sales tax. All of these sales taxes, whether we're talking about the LOST, the SPLOST, the T-SPLOST, they are all ultimately imposed by referendum. So this is not something that the legislature is imposing. It's not something that the city councils or the county commissions. It ultimately is going to the voters in the affected jurisdiction, and they are choosing to allow the sales tax to be imposed in their community as a way of reducing reliance on property tax. To show you how popular some of those sales taxes are across the state with the residents and the voters, of the 159 counties in Georgia, 154 have chosen to impose the local option sales tax, which is generally a rollback of property tax. And then in 7 of those instances, it's constitutionally dedicated to the Board of Education. In the other instances, it's shared between the county governing authority and the municipal governing authorities in a 10-year negotiation process. SPLOST, which I guess is the most popular of the city county taxes, is imposed in 155 out of the 159 counties, again by referendum. Those SPLOST referendums occur on a 5 or 6 year cycle, so they can be renewed or they can be allowed to expire when the special purposes of the tax have concluded. eSPLOST is a similar capital expenditure fund dedicated to educational systems, shared by the county boards of education with any independent school systems that may exist. And there are very few of those, but in those instances, they are shared. 157 counties by voter referendum have imposed that. And then the most recent addition to this local sales tax breakdown are the T-SPLOST, which have been imposed either by region in the initial instance, or now the option of being imposed by a single county, the T being dedicated for transportation purposes, and that being imposed in a total of 106 of the counties across the state. I talk about how sales tax reduces the reliance on property tax. And I think that whether we're talking about a sales tax that is coming into a city or county for that matter, that is coming in for a special purpose, capital project like a SPLOST, a T-SPLOST for a transportation project, a LOST for an operating fund, a general fund rollback, regardless of how it's coming in, it's reducing reliance on property tax. And the reason I say that is because the way the property tax millage rate is determined is a simple math equation. The cities across the state have to provide services to their residents. That costs money. In the modern world, it's costing even more money. I know most of our cities, the largest component of their budget is public safety expenditure. So again, it varies from city to city, but the largest expenditure tends to be police and fire. I know, as having been mayor of LaGrange, I know that in LaGrange, 36% of our budget was the police department. 18% was the fire department. So that totals up to 54% of our total budget devoted to public safety out of the general fund. Across the state, cities typically report spending on public safety anywhere from 1/3 and up of their budget on public safety. Given the difficulty of hiring police officers today, because of the retention of police officers, the cost of operating police departments is increasing. If anyone's tried to buy a fire truck lately, the cost of buying fire trucks are getting in the 7 figures. They're no longer 6 figures, they're 7-figure expenditures. So these costs continue. Whatever that number is to provide services, that budgeted number to provide public safety, police, fire, roads, et cetera, that's where you start from. Local government operating expenses. What does it cost to operate the city for a calendar year? That's where the mayor and council will start from. They then reduce that number by all those other revenue sources, the sales taxes, the LOST, the SPLOST, et cetera, that come in to fund those services. That results in a net figure that has to be apportioned among the ad valorem property tax base. That figure then gets divided across the net taxable digest to determine the millage rate. So if you can reduce reliance on property taxes, one way to do that is to increase the revenue that's available from other sources. The fixed cost of expenditures are unfortunately not going down. That's why this is a popular shift among residents who vote overwhelmingly for SPLOST, T-SPLOST, LOST, et cetera. To give you just a rough number example, if you have a $10 million budget and you have 1.4 million coming in from other sources, that leaves a shortfall of 8.7 million. And then if you divide that across the tax base, that's how you would come up with a 9.4 mils. And there is a typo in that. It's actually that, but that's the essential math that comes across that determining the millage rate.
And Jim, if I could just add in, Dr. Shokos mentioned earlier during his timeline presentation that in 1999, some changes were made in a comprehensive taxpayer bill of rights. One of the items within this area that cities do look at every year is as the value of the digest grows through reassessments, one of the requirements on local governments is a rollback to comply with the taxpayer bill of rights provisions that the millage rate should be reduced in equivalent to how much the digest grows. If the millage rate is not rolled back equal to that amount, a increase in taxes is advertised, special meetings are held. The taxpayer bill of rights puts that additional requirement on cities during this process as well. So.
And that goes to the theme of clarity and transparency. And that is something that GMA and all of our member cities support, is trying to bring greater clarity and transparency to this process while they also are looking for ways to reduce reliance. Dr. Shokos mentioned, I'm not going to run through this in any great detail, but as you know, for a variety of policy reasons, or maybe even in the case of churches, constitutional reasons, for a variety of reasons over the years, historically, the legislature has exempted certain property from property tax. What that does is that reduces the net digest that's available to apportion that cost of government across, has the effect of increasing the applicable millage rate that's applied to other non-exempt property. You've seen the example of some of those. There are also the exemptions that, again, for a variety of policy reasons have been supported over the years. Some of these have been enacted on a statewide level by the legislature. Some are allowed to have some element of local control, where there's local referendums to do things like the floating homestead and some of those. But again, that is also reducing the net digest for which a city or a county can impose the millage rate. So I want to shift to, as I mentioned, a couple of issues that we would like to just bring to your attention, that in terms of reducing reliance on property tax and bringing greater clarity, and ask Brian to go into that in some detail.
Yeah, absolutely. As Jim has mentioned several times, cities do remain heavily reliant upon property tax. In some situations, about a quarter or more of the budget, the operating expense, is coming from property tax. And this is traditionally a less popular form of taxation. It appears in a lump sum every year. We'd like to see, our request would be that the Georgia legislature continue the trend of shifting away, allowing the options of shifting some of that burden into sales tax away from property tax. We have seen a number of sales tax approved over the last several decades of loss and OLOS for these property tax relief. We have seen SPLOST, T-SPLOST, MOS that have gone towards capital projects. Our request would be that a additional avenue be put forward that would allow us to ask the citizens for whether they would like to see a shift in their community from property tax over to sales tax in this area. And the issue that Jim has also mentioned several times is the setup of ad valorem property tax is inherently just a little unnatural. It's a little confusing, as many people often think about how taxes are levied. It's kind of unique, and citizens, of course, as they continue to pay property tax, do become more comfortable and more familiar with the system. But the structure with the 40% assessment and the mill is not generally how people think about this. It tends to be a little confusing. These would be large scale changes, but one of the things that we would like to point the legislature to on our end is some of the required communications that local governments must send out in the year-long process of property tax. The first one, the annual notice of assessment, comes out, provides the assessment, provides last year's millage rate, which, as I mentioned previously, taxpayer bill of rights often requires a rollback, so that is not many times going to be the millage rate that they experience that year. We'd like to just take a look at that notice that goes out and see if there's some clarity that could be added there. Specifically talking about the taxpayer bill of rights communications, there is that notice that goes out of notice of property tax increase. We are completely supportive of the transparency of the taxpayer bill of rights, but I think that communication, there is some wording in there that could be improved to really explain that most of the time, this increased tax is not a millage rate increase that is being chosen by the local government, but instead a growth in the overall digest. A lot of times it's not even specific to the property owner itself. It's not saying anything about their property, but just the digest as a whole. We'd like to also take a look at how the taxpayer bill of rights sometimes interacts with some of these floating homestead exemptions, as that will change what's going on in the digest as well. So.
And just to that point about the floating homestead, that was referenced by Dr. Shoquist. And when the floating homestead is in place, any increase in the assessed value is going to be absorbed by the floating homestead. So there's not going to be a tax increase in effect on that homestead property. And generally think an inflation. Some of them have an inflationary adjustment. That's right. Yeah, thank you, Chairman Martin, for that clarity. And so that's something that we hear from our members that they would like to see addressed, is how that's communicated more effectively, because it would reduce a lot of the questions and the confusion that comes in from the taxpayer when they do receive the assessment notice that shows the large increase, that shows the last year's millage as opposed to the rollback millage, and doesn't take into account in the notice the floating homestead that will be adjusted. So, but with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation, and be glad to take any questions.
Well, thank you very much. We do have a couple of questions, Chairman Martin.
I'm sure this doesn't surprise either of you. I listened with interest to the discussions about the taxpayer bill of rights and the notice, and I know you in good faith say that the rollback millage. I'm convinced, and I think I'm accurate to say there are a lot of municipalities this year that didn't roll back the millage. And counties and cities that didn't roll back the millage, or they rolled back to some less. I don't disagree with you that people do get a shock factor when they get that, and it's the other millage. Primarily, a lot of the assessment notices, and I'll get to the form of the question here, they're not uniform. I mean, they're uniform in the places that they have to be, Mr. Chairman. And I guess I'm going to go to that rollback notice and say something this ad hoc committee might help with, without being too overly prescriptive to local government. It's not clear to the taxpayer when those notices go out. One of mine that comes from the county, as opposed to one of the city, doesn't have the homestead exemptions on it at all. So you're looking at your assessment notice and what your taxes may be, and it doesn't have your homestead exemption. And immediately the citizenry, I'll say use a term, freaks out. I mean, they're, oh my God, what's happened to me? And so I think, without being overly prescriptive, working with ACCG and GMA, I think this committee could do good by the citizens and taxpayers in Georgia to help provide, help them help. What is that guy said? Help me help you. I think this committee might help the local jurisdictions help themselves with, overdoing that. I mean, so that notice, I think you're right on the one hand. On the other hand, we have had people argue that they want to get rid of that notice of an increase altogether. So I think we got to be careful of that. Then the next question, help us understand, your wish to go away, because I think a lot of people would like to go away from an ad valorem tax to a more sales tax. Understand when people are doing this, that it's not just a push number, because I don't see the millage rate in some jurisdictions getting rolled back when the loss increases, and yet there's no tax. There's not a tax increase advertised. For instance, you have a millage rate of 10, your lost rollback last year was 2. Because of the sales tax, things cost more, so we're getting more sales tax. Your sales tax millage goes to 2.5. Well, your millage rate goes to 10. So the folks are still paying 8, but you really had a $500,000 increase, because you're getting a $500,000 more money coming in. And that's not advertised as a tax increase, because the net millage is not. So, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that in that, the difference between gross millage and net millage is confusing to the taxpayer as well. And then the last question I would ask is, help us get to the people that, we had housing, all property values, but particularly residential housing has gone up substantially in the last few years. And so people's valuations are going up, and we're fortunate in the area I represent to have floating homesteads on the county, the Board of Education, the cities. I thank all those local governing authorities for working with us as a state delegation to do that. But in places where that doesn't exist, folks are seeing a 40% increase. If you're retired and you're seeing that increase, and it's a value that's not an asset to you as an individual, that's your home. The fact that somebody says, a willing buyer and a willing seller is fair market value, that they say that that's the valuation. It doesn't matter if, mom and dad and a couple of kids are living in there. It's as valuable to them this year as it was last year, but you're asking them to pay the city 40% more. I would love to know how we could better mitigate that, because they may never realize that. I mean, real estate markets go up and they come down, so they've paid tax on this. So I would love input, Mr. Chairman, on how we can do that, because that affects folks that are living week to week a lot more than it affects others. I mean, when we talk about regressive taxes and burdens on home ownership, we talk, and I'm sorry, I'm speaking a little bit more and I'm asking questions if you give me, but I'm sort of passionate about this, that we talk about businesses need predictability in Georgia, and we're the #1 state. I contend homeowners need predictability, and they're, I guess I would say that this, in working with ACC and GMA, that there ought to be a buffer on that, or a break. Like when the stock market goes down too far, they stop it for a second and they let things sort of settle out. I almost think the swing in valuations needs to be somewhat limited. And I know there's constitutional issues with uniformity in that, but that's what we're here for. Is 2023 is a lot different than what was it, Dr. Solkis? I don't know if he's still here, but 1958, or when the last time it was looked. And Mr. Chairman, you've got a great opportunity here that we could do right by a lot of Georgia families that are owning a home and trying to stay in it by looking at this. Thank you for giving me a little latitude. And my question is, wouldn't y'all work with us on that?
And the answer is absolutely. We would love to work with you, Chairman Martin, all the members of the committee, on bringing the clarity and addressing how those notices are more transparent to the taxpayer, and also look for ways to share the exemption opportunities with our cities. So
our cities
yeah,
and counties provide great value and need funds to do that.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Martin. Very appropriate comments on the transparency piece, as well as just looking at the way we do fund our local governments. And I appreciate the comments in particular about the popularity of sales tax. And I think we will be hearing more about that and talking more about it. We do have a couple other questions. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very simple. Keep it simple. I mean, we seem to legalize everything we do. We make it so confusing with the language, and I get questions about that all the time. Every time a notice goes out in the Harris County Journal about the property tax, people start calling me about their taxes. I see my taxes are going up. Well, if you read the whole article, you understand that they're not, but I've got a newspaper at home. I wish I had it in my briefcase, but on that very issue. So, and sometimes I'm pointing the finger at myself also, so we write a lot of bills up here. I have to read them 2 or 3 times, let's just put it in Southern English.
Absolutely. That's certainly something we'd love to work with you on.
Excellent commentary, Representative Smith. I'm one who's very big on us trying to make our whole evaluation process and billing process much simpler and much easier to understand. And I've had the privilege of speaking to Jim Thornton about that at length, and was honored that we agreed on that.
Mm-hmm.
So Representative Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jim, good job on the presentation. I appreciate all the information. Just a couple of questions. Do we have any data on the actual amount of tax exempt property, like the dollar amount of tax exempt property by municipality?
The Department of Revenue has that I believe they have that as part of the net digest.
Per
It's per jurisdiction. So yeah, you could select a jurisdiction and you could pull up the spreadsheet and see what the total assessment is, what the net or what the exemptions are, what the net is. And of course that changes from year to year, with the assessment process, but you could see it for a snapshot for a jurisdiction for a year.
You could do that.
You could do that.
Could DOR make a note to get that info to us? That would be great if we could get that. Thank you very much. And then the second one kind of speaks to what Chairman Martin was saying with the assessment techniques that we see in neighborhoods. A specific example would be a lady retired from UGA living on Sunset, sitting there in a house that hadn't been remodeled since 1972. And then the neighborhood starts growing up around her. And the assessments made across the board in that neighborhood, if a piece of dirt sold for $100,000 to a builder who could build a brand new home, the assessment across the board for the neighborhood, all the dirt gets popped up to that amount. And I know it's difficult to go case by case, et cetera, but when you have the fixed income lady who's sitting there, all of a sudden her land was valued at 40,000. Now it's valued at 100,000 overnight. And how can we work to help those homeowners on a fixed income, fighting the gentrification that occurs and the property values? I think that's going to be something I'd love to see us work together on.
Absolutely. And we would definitely work with you on that. We get that question a lot from our city officials, and generally the response is to consider the floating homestead exemption, because that, to Chairman Martin's point, that while it doesn't fix it completely, it puts a limitation on the amount that it can go up. And that varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction because it's done initially by local legislation, then approved by referendum. And that is a process that has, I think, again, been fairly popular, but it hasn't, I think it's 38 maybe jurisdictions now, or it's higher
than that. Yeah.
Oh, it's higher than it's 38 counties,
Yes.
but it's catching on. And so that's something we would be delighted to talk in more detail about.
Thank you very
of
much.
course, y'all know along those lines as well of the other exemptions available out there for fixed incomes and age reduced exemptions that can be a local choice to kind of shift that burden around from those that are not on fixed incomes, not as able to make those payments and things along those lines. So we're always happy to try to help local jurisdictions as they navigate through those different tools that are available.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. We don't see any other questions. I want to thank both of you, and Ryan, I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge you when y'all started. Thank you for being with us as well. I think your presentation was very interesting, very significant. I appreciate the input from our committee members. I'm glad to see the interest in what we're trying to do here. And I think as we go forward, we will have some good recommendations in the report that comes out. I think you taught me something here today. The 1 penny sales tax, you indicated every county does not take advantage, the 1 cent that most counties take advantage of the rollback. You said all counties don't take advantage of that.
So not all counties take advantage of the lost, which is there's 154 of the 159.
Right.
But then I couldn't tell you, I don't have it in front of me. It may be that there may not be any county that doesn't take advantage of one of the various sales taxes, right? But in the lost specific, you have to look at each specific one. The lost has 5, I guess that is, that don't. In the splost, it's 4 that don't, and so forth.
My recollection is the lowest rate in the state is 5%. I think that one county does only take advantage of the East lost out there. I think that maybe, or the E lost. There's only a couple of the counties, mainly in the Metro Atlanta area, Cogwinnett, that don't do the lost. So.
Right. Actually, I think I need to correct myself. I think I did remember reading that with some information that Austin Gibbons has provided me with the DOR. I appreciate very much. We do have one more question from Chairman Martin.
I mean, I'm going to do what we do often and put you guys on the spot. So I know you won't have an answer to this, but I hope you'll think about it, because I'll ask ACCG next. And then, of course, we'd have to get 2/3 of the state legislature. I've heard more people interested in the floating homestead, and there is the underlying ballot question. My question to you is this, since that is becoming more of a ubiquitous thing that we adopted the law statewide, would the GMA, and then I'll ask ACG, poll their members, would they like maybe a single state vote on, shall this be allowed in Georgia? And then it would still have to be on a jurisdiction by jurisdiction before they would put it to the voter, rather than, have to have a piece of local legislation. Because I missed Representative Fry's question about that kind of went back to that. But I'm seeming to hear how many cities now? 450 or
437.
437 cities, 537 cities for, 159 counties. I'm just thinking if floating homestead exemption is something, it might be with the support of the cities, with the support of the counties, it might be something that, again, this committee could recommend, Mr. Chairman, that we pass a single piece of legislation to allow for that. And then each jurisdiction would have their referendum to facilitate that. Because I've had people call me this summer and they want to do it right away. Well, they can't do it now until next legislative session, which means it can't go into place until it couldn't save somebody money until 2025, right? Because it has to pass in 2024 at the earliest. It would be voted on in 2024 and could help a taxpayer. So it's a 2-year runway. I just wonder if you might, again, leaving it to the local folks to actually call it, but put it in as a state so we don't gate taxpayers saving money for a 2-year period.
We'd be glad to work with you on discussing how that might work, Chairman, and we'll certainly poll our members, but I think it would be something that they would be open to considering. Yeah.
Right.
Sure. And I think that's the critical point would be that the local governing authority would become would initiate the process on the local level. There would just be a statewide enabling process. So yeah, we'd be glad to follow up with you on that.
Well, sorry, we have another question from Representative Crowe.
Sorry to jump in here at the very end. I was just thinking about something Spencer said, and I wanted to make sure I clarified this. So he was talking about if a lot got sold, the value of the dirt went up, that everybody else's value of their dirt goes up with the assessment, right? The value of the property goes up. But just the value of that property going up doesn't cause that taxpayer's taxes to go up, right? I mean, that's not what's making their taxes go up. It's the action of the local governing authority after that, when the new assessment happens, that causes their taxes to go up, whether they choose to roll back the millage rate or not. So the value of properties going up is not the problem. It's what the local governing authorities decide to do with that new tax digest and the millage rate that causes taxes to go up. So I just want to make sure that we're not looking at values of property, the value of this asset going up and being more valuable is not necessarily a bad thing. It doesn't have to be a bad thing if you keep the millage rate at a place where it doesn't cause their tax bill to go up. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, it is correct. When property value changes, whether it's one individual parcel or multiple parcels, that changes the digest, which is one of the components of the formula, so if you back into the formula, that's going to determine what the millage rate needs to be to fund the local government services. So
which is why I believe on the notices that if you have to advertise for a tax increase if you don't completely roll that millage rate back.
Exactly.
That's correct.
So it's not the values going up, it's what happens with the millage rate in relation to that value, which is set by the local governing authorities, right?
The overall digest. Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. It's not by individual parcel, but by the total digest is what determines the advertisement. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you again for a very informative presentation. We appreciate it very much. To the committee, I wanted to sort of give you an idea of our plan. We have a full day of presentations today, and then we meet again. We are scheduled to meet again next Wednesday on the 18th. And my intention now, we will have some presentations that morning, but I want to set aside the afternoon for us to debate and all have input into this report that comes out. So I did want you to be giving thought to that as we go through it. I appreciate some of the comments that have been made already, because we will be obviously reporting to the speaker on our findings. So be ready to work on that next Wednesday afternoon. We are doing pretty well on schedule as we usually do, which means we're about 20 minutes behind. But that's about the norm. But this is good. I'm very appreciative of the presentation and all the questions and answers and the interaction. Our next presenter, we've had the Georgia Municipal Association, and now we're honored to have Dante Handel of the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia. Where is Dante? There he is. Dante, we appreciate you being here. We're glad we could get you in the morning because I know you have some travel that's needed later. And so we're honored to have you, and please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Chairman Washburn. Good morning. And, appreciate y'all having me here today. So thinking about some of the things going on with ad valorem tax, a lot of what I'd like to talk about today is going to be on the assessment side and on the appeal side of things. Now, the bulk of ad valorem tax is administered at the county level, and I think it's good to bring in the experts where we can. So I'm joined today by a couple of chief appraisers. We have James Stokes, chief appraiser from Paulding County, and Steve Watson, chief appraiser from Hall County. So if y'all have questions and they get too nuanced, hopefully these gentlemen can help me out. So this first slide here is just a real quick overview how our property tax system works. The assessors are responsible for determining the value of the property. So that's that 100% fair market value and the 40% assessed value. The local governments, county, cities, and schools set the millage rate for the properties within their jurisdiction. And then the tax commissioners are sending the bills and collecting that revenue. So there's some discussions on how to improve clarity in our property tax system. I do think that when we go from that 100% fair market value to the 40% assessed value, I think a lot of taxpayers don't understand why we're doing that, and that starts to add a bit of confusion into the mix. So it is something we could certainly explore, trying to change that and make it a bit simpler for the taxpayer to understand. In that same vein, it would also be possible to use a percentage rate instead of a millage rate. And I think that the taxpayer understands a percentage much simpler than they understand the millage, where they're trying to calculate thousands and take it from there. Now, if we were to do something like that, we'd have to look at adjusting the current existing exemptions accordingly. So most of them, to go from 40% to 100%, we'd have to increase them by 2.5 times. So to give an example, the state has a standard statewide homestead exemption, and that's $2,000 of assessed value. So that would have to increase to $5,000 to offset that change. Now, okay. So something I did want to talk to y'all about is the tax estimate on the assessment notice. So after the property is assessed, the owner receives that assessment notice. Purpose of the assessment notice is in the name, tells the taxpayer that the property has been assessed and what the value is that's been placed on their property. And I think that is the crux of what that document is trying to do. Now, there is that tax estimate on the assessment notice, and that's certainly very confusing for the taxpayer. As Ryan was saying, it's based on this year's value, but last year's millage rate. So we're kind of crossing times there. And it's very difficult for the taxpayer to follow that. Exemptions and credits are not included on the tax estimate. So if they have a homestead exemption, or this year there was the HTRG, that would not have been reflected on that assessment notice. So I know there were a lot of folks who saw their assessment notice come in, the alarm bells went off, and then they were concerned they'd have a tax increase. And then ultimately at the end of the year, when their bill comes out, they actually paid less in tax this year than they did last year due to the HTRG. But an additional element that's confusing for the taxpayers, they often believe that they are appealing their taxes themselves and not the value that's been placed on the property. So when they get that assessment notice, that's their opportunity to look at that value, see if they agree with it. If they want to appeal the value, then that's the opportunity, and it should provide information for them to do so. But I think it'd be good to promote more transparency at the time that the millage rate set, since that'll play a large part in what the taxpayer ultimately pays. And I'd encourage y'all to consider trying to separate those two so that, you know, the assessment notice is the notice of assessment, and any sort of tax estimate is either a separate document or a separate process. Steve or James, do you have anything you wanted to add on the assessment notice?
Yes, thank you for allowing me to come and have a few words. The assessment notice is probably 70% of our questions that we have during the year, during the assessment notice period. It all stems back to your 40% assessment. Number one, the system is very confusing to your lay taxpayers. If I can get my grandmother to understand that notice of assessment with everything, the 40%, no, you pay tax at your 40%. Well, that's technically not true. You're paying tax at your full 100% value. Having that where your value is $100,000, and that's what you would pay tax on. It sounds very politically not popular, but if we were to go from a 40% taxation to 100%, in 4857, it separates the tax from the value. And that's two completely things. If you leave the 40% assessment at the value level, it would clear up the assessment notice with having the 40% taxation on there and several other elements that, to be honest, no one understands. So if you were to go to a 40% tax or to 100% taxation, you would have to incorporate, in addition to your homestead exemptions, you would have to incorporate an equivalency in the rollback as part of that digest submission for the first year. Once you get over that first year hump, you're back on a level playing field. The assessment notice with the estimated tax, just to put it in perspective with the market going the way it has over the last couple of years. Of course, people have sticker shock, my wife included. So we received an abundance of appeal. So just to put this in perspective, what's going on is we're having appeals right now. 3 tax bills going out because we were not allowed to put the grant on the assessment, nor was the estimated tax able to reflect the rollback that happened in our county. We went from our appeal rate being at 100% people attending their appeal hearings. Typically, you have about a 50% show rate at a BOE hearing officer, so-and-so. Since our tax bills went out, we have a 80% no-show rate. That has been consistent for the last 3 weeks. So we are preparing appeals. We are going through the entire process, and 80% of the people are not showing because they've got that tax bill. They say, hey, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, and they're dropping the appeal. We're having more people withdraw. I'm sorry, do you have floating where you're at? No, we do not have floating exemptions. Right.
If I could, I'd like to add to that, if that's okay. My name is Steve Watson. I'm the Director and Chief Appraiser for the Hall County Board of Tax Assessors Office. In regards to the 40% issue that we assess property at in the state of Georgia, Hiram Underkoffler, who was the Revenue Commissioner in 1966, suggested that we suggested to the General Assembly that we assess at 40% of fair market value, as Dr. Solquist told you in his presentation. Interestingly enough, Hiram was a member of the General Assembly from 1959 to 1962 and also served on the Georgia Supreme Court and was the Chief Justice up until 1980. And so there's a long history of people that were involved in the House of Representatives involved in revenue and taxation. And so the 40% issue is confusing because we're supposed to assess at 40% of fair market value, which you're taxed on that portion. And then the exemptions are applied to that value. And it is confusing for property owners and legislatures and just common folks that are walking around trying to understand that assessment notice. Another thing about the assessment notice is becoming a little more problematic in the appeal process is that our citizens and property owners appeal the valuation based on how much your property tax has increased. And you can only appeal your property valuation based on 3 different things, and that's value, equity, and taxability. And of course, denial of exemption or a covenant is a reason to appeal as well. And so what happens, they see the bottom line go up significantly as a result of the valuation that we have on that property. And of course, in Hall County, we have lakefront property, which can change very quickly, up or down. And we had a lot of decrease in property values back during the downturn of the economy, if you'll recall, which we would like to forget and hope that doesn't happen again between 2008 and about 2012 or 13. And so we lowered property valuations in Hall County to the tune of over $1 billion and reduced the total digest over a cumulative period of 4 years of over $1.6 billion. A lot of other counties did the same thing and reduced those valuations. And of course, as we've experienced in this market, I call it the COVID market and the post-COVID market, when individuals were paying substantial amounts of money for property and even bidding on property before it was actually sold. You know, that people were outbidding other people by offering 15% more than their highest offer. And so what we find is confusing is I talked to a lady in our city of Gainesville, and she lives in a very high scale area, and she was happy with her assessment until she got her tax bill. And so she was railing, to use a term, on me about the fact that her property taxes had gone up, which was a responsibility of the governing authorities in our municipality and school boards and what have you. And so what we find is, in James and I and our counterparts, as well as the ACCG, try to educate our citizens on what our process. We value property, we appraise property, and we do our very best to value people. So the valuation process is really important. The customer service process is very important as well. And so that part of it, of the assessment notice, we'd like to see some things on there rather than the estimated tax, some more helpful information about the property. How many acres do you have? How much square footage, bathrooms, bedrooms do you have on the property, or whatever the county might choose to put there in terms of information that would be helpful for the taxpayer to understand the actual assessment. We're still going to get questions about property tax when that assessment notice goes out. But I think that there's a lot we can do. Representative Lee Hawkins has been helping with trying on the assessment notice bill as well, and trying to help with some local legislation that Representative Martin had mentioned that he has in his jurisdiction for our jurisdiction. And of course, if that gets on the ballot, that'll probably be voted in locally. And so I support Representative Hawkins' desire to get that done. Have been helping him with some of the verbiage on that with legislative council to get that across the finish line. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. So the next topic I wanted to discuss with y'all is the sales ratio study.
Question before we get away from,
Absolutely.
I have a couple of questions as well, but Chairman Martin, you go first.
Thanks, Steve. The question are you prohibited statutorily prohibited from putting additional information on that assessment notice?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then we need to fix that, because I was unaware. I know there are certain things you have to put on there, but for instance, I didn't know that you were prohibited from putting last year's exemptions on there.
Well, I will tell you this. Thank you for mentioning that. And James, I don't mean to take your time, but what I would like to say is that on our assessment notice, we do show the homestead exemptions and what other exemptions you're getting on our assessment notice. That does show up there. If that's your primary residence, you're getting homestead exemption there or whatever, right, conservation use and what have you. And so we do show that, but the notice is promulgated through the Department of Revenue, and it's only an 8.5 by 11 document, and there's only so much room you have on that. Prior to me leaving Stevens County in 2003 and going to work for Gwinnett County, I had devised an assessment notice I wanted to use that would be almost like sending a property owner. You get the valuation, the prior and the current year value, but you get a lot of information on it regarding, it's almost like sending a taxpayer a property record card. You know, a lot of times property owners don't know what we're taxing them for.
Just a brief follow-up, because I'm sorry, sir, I didn't catch the county you were with.
Holding County.
Holding County. Okay, well, I know Steve is with Hall. I saw a Hall County bill lately from that. And I believe your guys' bills went out on the tax relief grant. You actually put it on the line by each area you're billing for. So, you know, you're paying this much to the county and here's your 18,000 times the millage rate. And you actually took it across. Fulton County did it a different way. They put it down in the, down in the difference on the tax bill. And so I think even people now looking for the taxpayer relief grant that came from the state, you're looking at it at a different place. My city of Alpharetta put it for a place I didn't think I was getting it actually where they put it, but I looked and found it, but I knew to look. So I appreciate it, and we need to do that. To the 40% and the 100%. Do you think, I mean, honestly, if we go back and look at it, is people wanted to do it at 40% because way back in the day when this ad valorem tax came, if Farmer Jones got his bill and it said my farm's worth 100,000, you tax me on that, he would add a 2.5 times larger fit than he did if it was 40,000. I mean, do you honestly think the 40,000 was to reduce the amount of you're being taxed on, and then you hid the millage rate under there? Because inversely, if you raise it, you're going to lower the millage rate, and everybody at cities and counties are going to go, "Hey, we lowered your millage rate."
If the General Assembly was to enact something like that, they would have to, I mean, I don't know how you do this. I'm not an attorney, but you'd have to require the jurisdictions to roll back the millage rate to something that was commiserate with the fact that the assessment that they're taxing on is more. So good luck.
We do that with local option sales tax now. It's supposed to be a direct rollback. It's not. But I follow you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We've got I have a couple of questions as well, but let me recognize in order, Chair Lady Camp.
Thank you so much. I'm a real estate agent and I've been one for almost 2 decades. And we have people that move to our state quite frequently, and trying to explain how property tax is valued is very challenging, because in most other states it is a percentage from what I have gathered. And the way that we assess looks a little different for a lot of people, but I do believe it's confusing. Thank you for raising some of the issues. Number one, I think when people get their tax valuations, their tax assessments, and it has the current millage rate, in my area, that elicits a lot of panic because I've had an area that has been growing. And so that has been problematic. I would like to suggest perhaps maybe I do like what Chairman Martin mentioned about the automatic rollback to the millage rate. I think that actually could be beneficial. And then I think on our tax notices, we should put the dates of the public hearings for the millage rate hearings, because I think posting it in a newspaper in a legal organ, so few people read legal organs at this point in time. I think they could say, if you have a problem or you want to be a part of the millage rate discussion, I think that would be beneficial. But going back to one of your points, I'm sorry to be so wordy, but going back to one of your points regarding challenging the valuations of properties. Again, that almost needs to be a whole separate letter explaining that you're not challenging your taxes, because that is the assumption. And some people are challenging their taxes currently based on the way the form is sent out, believing their taxes are whatever the current millage rate is, plus the valuation, not realizing that millage rates have not even been set yet. So these are things that are not talked about in school. Do you have any other suggestions for us on how we can educate and reach the public better?
If you don't mind, we deal with this every day. The confusion with the property tax system is the number one problem with the property tax system. So we underwent a series of videos that we've been updating every year. And one of those videos walks you through day one through when you pay your tax bills. That has been far and away our best communication with our local citizens. And it puts everyone on the hook for what you are back meeting. The problem is when you're talking about, you have a value issue and you have a tax issue. Okay. That blended when they started putting the estimated tax on the annual notice of assessment. When they did that, I believe it was in 2011. That is when the system got blended. That's when you started appealing your tax. So having that estimated tax on there, that's first and foremost causes confusion. Well, I thought I was going, I don't know how many taxpayers we deal with. I thought I was appealing my property tax because, you know, I'm fine with my school tax portion, but however, I just don't think the fire department needs this much. This is not that avenue. You know, you're here to discuss a property valuation, whether or not you think it's worth 100,000 or 95. I don't know what you can do without some of the obvious steps that need to happen. Going from the 40% assessment to 100%. The vast majority of states have it's 100% assessment. You know, it's not a 40% assessment. So that would be first and foremost. Number two is removing the estimated tax from the assessment notice. That way, everybody knows what role they're in. And we talk about accountability. Every single year, we go to the millage rate hearings that are required. I go to our commission, cities, and our schools. Our school board has not rolled back their millage rate throughout this whole process. They did a tick this year. They might have two. They might have two. Out of 3 weeks of advertisements and conducting public meetings, they'll have 2 people show up, and they might be concerned about they don't have enough school bus traffic down their road. I mean, that's the reality of what the counties are facing. Even our county this year, very rare is it. At a board of commissioners meeting, it's not about their M&O tax or their fire tax. It's about that 70% that accounts for the school tax, but no one shows up for these meetings.
If I could, your comment about education, I think is first and foremost one of the most important things. And I think the best place to do that is in our Georgia schools. I think that's where we do it. There's 2 things we need, my opinion, that we need to teach our children when they go into school. In the first grade, we need to teach them about how important agricultural is to our state and how important it is to be self-sufficient and be able to, because I think in a lot of communities, what we're finding out is with big pharma and just, buying groceries and things of that nature, we have a lot of people we can rely on locally that we don't know about, giving incentives to those type of people. That's a whole nother, I chased a rabbit a little bit, but that's just real passionate on that. In Hall County, we have a lot of productive farms. And I think we need to start teaching children that in the first grade. In high school, what we need to do is have a requirement to where they take an economics class, a Georgia economics class, that teaches them the economics in Georgia, how you buy a house and how you estimate your property tax and how a mortgage works, things of that nature. Kids don't know. I mean, some kids do because they're well trained by their parents, and that's been exemplified and demonstrated by their parents and their relatives. But we need to teach our kids in 10th, 11th, and the 12th grade those sort of things that you're talking about. And I think that will help produce some more informed community leaders that can help us with these issues that we have now. Because if we don't start educating the people on the school bus, we're going to be in trouble.
Thank you. And I appreciate how both of you gave 2 different opportunities and examples how we could educate those who are currently paying property taxes and those who we hope to be paying taxes in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Camp. And next we have Representative Crow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of this is going to piggyback on what Representative Camp said. Like her, I'm also a real estate broker for over 20 years. So, and in my area, we have a lake also, but in Jasper County, we have Jackson Lake. Not quite as big as Lanier, but we're getting there. But we do have a lot of property fluctuations. And I think the assessment notice is something I've had discussions with, I think, all 4 of my chief assessors in the counties that I represent. When the notice came out for us, for our home, my wife called me that day and was railing at me. And to use the term that Chairman Martin used earlier, she freaked out because she said our taxes had gone up. And I've explained to her this form, it seems like every year. But it is very confusing when you get that form, the assessment notice. And I understand the theory behind it. And I think it's a good thing. Because I think the intent of it was to explain to the property owner, this is what your valuation is now. And you need to be involved in the process of budgeting, because that's when the millage rate is going to be set. That's actually going to determine your taxes. That's not the effect it's having. The effect it's having is what you talked about. Everybody filing an appeal notice on their property valuation because they're wanting to appeal their taxes, not their valuation. And I know from looking at it myself and talking to people who said they look at the top, say this is an assessment notice, then they look at the bottom and see the total estimated tax. And when they see estimated tax, that's what they estimate it's going to be. That is a terrible way, in my opinion, to word that, because that when you think of an estimate, you think, okay, this is probably what it's going to be. And that's not the case at all. What it is what it would be if the millage rate did not get rolled back. So unless you have something like a floating millage rate, like some places do, that is automatically going to roll back, we're going to have to change the way that notice is written. We're going to have to change the verbiage on there, because it is causing people, we want to do it in a way that we want them to be involved in the process and understand. I like the idea about putting the meeting dates on there. Unfortunately, every county has different meeting dates, and most of the time, at least in my counties, they don't know when those meetings are going to be held, because this is coming out in January and they're going to have those in June. And so they don't know what day or time they're going to have them. So I don't know exactly how to word that, but I think we need to do that. Last thing, Mr. Chairman, I'm a little concerned. I understand the process. I had to learn how to figure property tax when we were going through a real estate school. I've never done it since, but I had to learn it for the course. But it is very confusing with the millage rate because of those numbers. When you get, 3 places past the right of the decimal, that most people don't go there. So I think a percentage would be great. I do worry about the assessment going from 40% to 100%. I think it makes sense, but I'm a little concerned, kind of based on what we have with the assessment notice, is that people are not going to understand it. And I think that they're going to skip, they're going to read the headline, and they're going to miss everything else. And I think if you say we're going to go from 40% to 100%, no matter what we say after that to try to explain it, they're going to think we're raising their property taxes. And so I would have a concern. I think it would take a lot of education to get folks to do that. And I don't know that we would be able to reach everybody enough to keep it from being a problem. I think what we kind of have maybe what we're stuck with as far as it's figured. The numbers are going to be what they are. What's going to matter at the end of the day is I borrow Jim's slide earlier. This first box, when it talks about determining millage rates, that local government operating expenses, that's what's going to determine whatever numbers you use after that are all going to change to get to that number. And so it doesn't matter how we figure them. And I'm afraid if we go changing it from 40% to 100%, then it may freak some people out. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Chairman Martin.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you're giving me 2 bites at the apple here before you take yours, but I want to throw this, I want to throw either a big idea or something that's going to fall on the ground and flop is, fair market value is what you do 40%. And, I've looked it up and I've seen it before. Fair market value is the definition in all your dictionaries is the price that would be agreed upon between a willing buyer and a willing seller. If I'm not willing to sell my house, there is therefore no fair market value, because by definition, there is not a willing seller. Take into the black letter word of the meaning. So I will throw out here that if we want to think big in Georgia and be fair to people and give them predictability, and as Representative Crowe said, that it's a zero-sum game. There's X dollars comes in here, but when you buy a property, you pay taxes on what you paid for that property, plus a CPI increase, much like what you do in a floating homestead until you sell that property. Now there are commercial properties that can be taxed. You could tell us how those are. There's differences as the sticks and bricks versus income and so forth. But that's a big swing. But I think most people in life, the home they live in, sometimes even a second home, it is not what, it's not a business for them. It's not an investment. It was the family home, up in the mountains, and they moved to Atlanta. And I would say that's a big move. And, it's going to affect 537 cities, 159 counties and do a lot of things. But when folks bought a home, if you apply that CPI increase to it, they have predictability, and then it flushes out in the wash. So, Mr. Chairman, that was I'd love a comment from either of the gentlemen on my strict definition of fair market value and the way you could remove that from folks. If you said, hey, you paid $100,000 for it, you're going to get a compounded CPI on that. That's going to be your value. Nobody can argue with it. With respect to y'all, we don't need as many assessors except for the sales of property. But that's the question I have. I've always had it about fair market value. Just because my neighbor was a willing seller, I'm not.
Let my counterpart go first, and then I'll follow.
Yeah, I've had that discussion about 1 billion times in 27 years. And it's the same argument that I'm not willing to move. My wife won't sign the deed. So when you get into praising 101, if you go to the bank to borrow some money and you want to use your property as equity, what is the value of your property? It's not what you paid for it in 1982. It's what the value of that property is at its current market value. The whole purpose in updating property values each and every year is not to increase the property tax. That's the local governing authority's job. Now, what it's doing is it uniformly spreads out that tax burden. Anytime you apply an exemption, you apply a freeze, you apply a peel lock, you apply a float, you shift that tax burden to a different group of people. We talk about having a floating homestead across the state. That sounds very good at a political level.
No, we talked about it, just to be clear on that. I talked about allowing local governments to
exactly.
Getting the state out of the way.
Exactly.
Local control on that.
But it is the same process. We're taking, and you were talking about having, I buy my property for $50,000. Well, that should be the taxable value of my property with a CPI over the next infinity. Well, the problem is as people buy properties in and around you, and they have that same burden on local governments with 2 kids in the school and everything. One's paying property tax at $300 because he's in a locked-in sales price with a floating homestead. And the guy right next to him with same age, same kids in school, his tax is $2,000. There is no uniformity with that. So going back to your question and concern about the property value should be as of my date of sale plus a CPI, we get away from the whole point in updating property values. You're just simply balancing that tax burden year over year instead of pigeonhole it into specific groups.
If I could follow up to James's remarks, my apologies, Dante. But the law, Representative Martin, what you and your counterparts, whatever law or regulations you guys enact, we're going to follow. And we're going to do it to the best of our ability. And we might complain about it in our circle a little bit, but we're going to do a really good job of trying to enact the rules that you guys set for us. And what I would like to tell you is that I really did enjoy Dr. Silquist's presentation, because I think it's important to understand the history of property tax in Georgia. I made a presentation to the local homeowners association in a neighborhood in our community a number of years ago. We continue to do that. But one of the things I presented was the average sale price in Hall County of a residence and how much that's increased, as Representative Kemp mentioned. And so you have some areas that are more volatile in all our counties than others. And so in 2010, the average sale price in Hall County for a residence was $169,000. And so, as that changed through the years, it's increased substantially. It's now $415,000, the average sale price. And so we can all remember, 20 years ago, how that changed. And Dr. Roger Tutterow, who is somebody that I follow and speaks to our organization on a regular basis, has communicated to us, if you take the economy from 20 years ago and increase it about 4.5% a year to where we're at right now, we would be where we're at right now. And of course, the economy doesn't follow those rules. It does a lot of this right here. And so we're kind of where we're at. It's just that we got where we're at really quick, especially over the last couple of years. And because of the way the rules are set by the General Assembly and us following fair market value, and to your point, Representative Martin, and you make a good point, as you always do, that is something to consider. And I think that one of the things that Representative Hawkins is wanting to do is try to promote something similar to what you have in your jurisdiction in terms of a floating homestead exemption that would be increased by some sort of CPI potentially over a period of time. That might be something to consider. But like James mentioned, so oftentimes when you get a property that's frozen at a fair market value and someone comes in later, you can have someone paying property taxes $2,500 here and someone's paying $5,000 in property tax here in those situations. And so that's a whole nother thing to work out. And if that's what we want to live with, that's fine. It's just that I thought I'd just add to what you had, James, in your comments. My apologies. I went so long.
Dante, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm glad we're having this kind of input and questions, but give me 1 minute to ask before we get away from this. Thank you. It appears to me this is in the 40% versus 100% been mentioned a number of times. And apparently no one, and I've been asking that question for a long time, why do we do that? And no one has ever given me a good reason other than it sounds like it was political at the time, probably. That to say, well, we're just going to tax you on 40%. Obviously, the millage rate is higher on the lower taxable value. And if you do it at 100%, you just drop either eliminate the millage rate and do a flat percentage or somehow. I did have a question about it relative to valuation. Of course, I'm very pleased with the input and the questions we're having here. I think it indicates the interest in this, in our system, and it's a good time for us to take a look at our system and what we're doing. I am curious a little bit. Do you all think the Board of Equalization system works well relative to appeal? And you can keep it short, but just does it work well or not?
I do. I think it's for your common citizen. I mean, Paulding County is almost 90% residential. It is a free avenue for a property owner to come and voice their concerns.
Mm-hmm.
We're required to prove what we've done by a arm of the court system that's unbiased. Do I think it works for your more complex properties? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I appreciate that particular input. Do they overrule you often?
We have a 95% success rate.
Okay. Same question. Do you
James
think
and
it
I
works?
might differ on this a little bit for maybe a different reason, but to James's point, we have recently have a 80 to 90% no-show rate to the Board of Equalization hearings because oftentimes people appeal based on a sort of a knee-jerk reaction, if you will, based on the property taxes. We set up a hearing, and there's some things I'd like to do locally where we might leverage technology to keep that from happening or mitigate that just a little bit, because you want people to be able to enjoy their rights and go through the process if they really do want to. So we see ourselves as an advocate for the property owner and the taxpayer. And we do prevail in most of the cases. However, I think in some cases, the Board of Equalization might have outlived its usefulness, and in its place probably we might consider, and James might be hearing this for the first time. What I think about this is that something akin to a hearing officer for residential property and commercial property, where you have an individual that's a registered SRA or MAI, whatever designation that they have, and they're qualified to hear residential appeals as a BOE would, instead of having 3 people and a 4th person as an alternate, you could have that one person that knows the market and understands it like a real estate agent that would go and take a state course to understand how that appeal process works. Much like the hearing officers that we have now, instead of speaking to a board of 3 people, you're speaking to one person, and those hearings could probably, get resolved more efficiently or effectively. We do prevail in most of the cases, but sometimes even I wonder whether we were successful because of lack of knowledge or we just made a better presentation. Property owners are at a significant disadvantage because oftentimes it's a quasi-judicial process, and it can be intimidating, speak in front of 3 people you don't know. And so the process probably that could be looked at a little bit. And I understand that some of my counterparts might not agree with me on that. And then if you had somebody just that is maybe an MAI or a real estate broker or agent that could understands the concept of the income approach on these larger commercial properties, it would be probably a more satisfying process for the property owner. That's all I had to say.
Well, thank you so much for that, because that's an idea I've had that, and I've been, and this is in no disrespect to that system in particular, but it is designed, of course, to be a sort of a jury of your peers, so to speak. And there is no question when you get outside of the residential realm, often they are, and I've had them hold up their hands and say, we don't understand what you're talking about relative to income stream and capitalization rates and those kind of things. So I think that is a very interesting observation that maybe it is time to move to something where you have a much more knowledgeable individual with credentials to hear the appeal. The other thing is, I think they don't understand it because so many times I've had people call me. I was a county commissioner and I've been in the real estate business 48 years. And so I've had a lot of phone calls. Can you advise me about what to do about this? And I would have to tell them, well, you got to go in with some facts. You can't just go and say, well, I just don't like it that you've raised my value, and try to help them understand that process. And the other thing that always amuses me is, when you're trying to explain it to somebody, they say, well, I say, what did your assessment go up to? And they'll tell me. And I said, well, would you sell your house for that? Well, no, I wouldn't sell it for that. And see, they just they don't understand the whole process. So I appreciate that very much. I know we're behind. Dante, I'm sorry that we have interrupted. But I'm very pleased with the line of questioning we're getting.
Well, thank you, Chairman Washburn. So the next topic I wanted to talk to y'all about is the sales ratio study. So just a bit of background on it. Annual sales ratio study conducted by the Department of Audits and Accounts, comparing the sales price to assessed values in the subsequent year, used to equalize property tax digest for school funding. And that study right now is contributing pressure to increase property values. So I'm sure that y'all have heard from constituents that they're concerned about increasing values on their homes. And that study from DOA came out, and we've got a map, a slide we can show you, but it's certainly contributing upward pressure to increase those values. So every county, y'all can see this, and well, I'll have copies of the map that I can share with y'all at the end of the meeting. Every county that's in white is able to bill and collect for public utilities at 40% assessed value, so they're collecting normally. All of the counties that are in green, James and Steve, please correct me if I'm wrong in these, but the counties in green are between a 0.36 and a 38. And so they're going to be collecting at whatever that value is, which means they're going to lose somewhere between 5 and 10% on the public utility collections. All of the counties in red are going to lose at least 10% on their public utilities. And then the Department of Revenue does 3-year reviews. And so if the county's in red and they're below that 36, they would fail a 3-year review at DOR. And if they fail 2 of those 3-year reviews, then there is a $5 per parcel penalty paid by the county. So, I mean, all in all, we're looking at 81 counties, so just over half failing to meet a 36, and 117 counties failing to meet a 38. So as much as values have increased and folks are concerned, this study would say that assessors should have gone significantly higher throughout the state.
Yeah, and just to be clear on that, you're talking about their assessments are at 36 to 38%, not 40. I mean, just make sure I understand the 36 to 38.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, so not 40. I defer to the assessors. I'll maybe be able to explain.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, what, if you are to being, not have to have public utility penalties, you have to be plus or minus 5% of what properties are selling at.
Right.
If you're further than 10% away from what properties are selling at, then you do not have a compliant digest. So the red in there indicates the counties that do not even have a compliant digest. Green,
What is, I mean, help me relate to the less than 36.
36, if your ratio study, all right, so Georgia law says that you have to assess at 40%.
Right.
The sales ratio yields this 40%.
Right.
that we're
Okay. So
talking about.
that is the 36 is related to the 40.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so
That I'm good now.
the 36 is plus or minus 10%
Right.
of market value.
Okay. That's what I thought I was hearing. I just wanted to affirm that to make sure I had the right numbers. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so right now with the state, there's 74% of the state, according to the Department of Audits, do not have some form of penalty will be applied. It's not a penalty being applied to the counties. It's a penalty being applied to the local citizens. We failed our study this year. We have our arbitration case next week. The penalty to our citizens right now is to the tune of about $445,000. Overall, our calculations is about $72 million penalty to the citizens of our state because of the Department of Audit's flawed study. Our information and a lot of information, a lot of counties have appealed. We're within 2 to 3% of market value compared to the Department of Audits coming in and say, we don't even have a compliant digest.
And that's so you don't have this, so you're not getting $440,000 public utilities in your county. Does that include, I don't drag their name into it, except they're a big public utility. I think Georgia Power pays their property tax at the state level, and then it's apportioned out by a county. They do one enterprise value, and then it's apportioned to the counties based on what they have in the county.
Yes.
So they would be one, but if you had another utility in there that you would be able to, you only can tax them at a lesser rate.
Correct.
Because of that. Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I am a person who represents 2 counties that are in red. And one reason why they're in red, I know for a fact, is because values have increased so much, so fast that there is no way the counties possibly could keep up. There are houses that I sold in Upson County in Thomaston, Georgia, 2012, that I sold for $25,000 that are on the market and under contract now. I wish I had them now, for almost $200,000. That is just unprecedented growth that no homeowner possibly could have absorbed that dramatic of an increase in their valuations over time, based on how we've done. And we've had COVID in the midst of this. And I'm not taking up for my counties, they're red, but I do agree. I believe the Department of Audits has a flawed study, the way that they're looking at things, and they're saying, well, you didn't increase the valuations fast enough. Well, it was so rapid where I am that it would have been impossible. And this is something I know, my valuation over the past 5 years has doubled. I would say that's probably appropriate. But when you're looking at a house that sold for $25,000 and now it's under contract for $195,000, that's not double. I mean, there's just no conceivable way. And so I hate seeing that red so much, because that means my county is going to lose out on various things, including money from utilities, because the Department of Audits is angry at them because they weren't fast enough. And I have a true issue with this, if you can't tell.
To be honest with you, it's not that your county is losing out. They still need $1,000 to run their jurisdiction.
Most definitely.
They're having to pull that money either out of reserves because they've already set their digest. They're already collecting their tax. This is money that they were expecting to come in. And so they're having to pull this money from other areas or go back to your local departments to ask for cuts to make up that difference.
Well, that's true. And I was looking here, just an estimate, my tax assessor in Pike County, which is also a red county. We're just based on this, we're losing $72,000. And you might well say $72,000 in Pike County, Georgia, where there are only 20,000 people. $70,000 is an employee and a half doing a job for the county. That is a teacher and a half. It's huge. So it's important to me that we figure this out. So there is parity in what the counties are truly being evaluated on.
If I could, just to piggyback on what James said and what Representative Camp has just mentioned, is that just to make sure it's clear, is that the Department of Audits is made up of great staff and very good professionals. And so, but the study that they do, they use sales that occur after the first of the year that we don't enjoy the benefit of using when we set your value on January the 1st. We're busy trying to get assessment notices ready to send them out in May, and we don't have time. Those sales are not even in our system to be able to look at. And so James has mentioned, and he's become quite the expert among our association in tracking this information. And so it's unfair and it is flawed. And that's what I have said on a number of occasions, is that you're judging us against a metric that we cannot see. And so we believe that we should be able to assess public utilities. We're not required to assess public utilities at the 36 or what have you. We can assess them higher, but we have to defend the valuation based on our internal sales ratio study. And there are a few of us that may do that regardless of what the Department of Audit says our sales ratio is. That's something that we're considering because in Hall County, it's $500,000, 530 to be exact.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I completely agree with what Chair Lady Camp said. I had a meeting with a couple of representatives from the Board of Assessors in Butts County. We sat down with this, and if you think the millage rate calculations are complicated, this took me probably an hour and a half to try to figure out what they were even talking about. And I do okay at math. Dr. Tutterow was my professor for my economics professor for my bachelor and my master's degree. So I'm pretty good with numbers most of the time, but this just floored me when they started explaining this to me. And it looked like they had this map and the one from 21 and 20 and 19, I believe. And you could see a sharp increase over those years in the number of counties that were failing. And there was something, and they couldn't quite explain it to me. So I'm hoping maybe one of you can, that they're using data, the Department of Audits is using data, current data, not the same sales that were used for y'all's calculations, but they're using a time factor. And they couldn't quite explain to me how that worked, which as a parent, it doesn't work. It doesn't seem, because it looks like this is, when you have a highly accelerating market, this is going to be a problem. But I just wondered if y'all could explain that to me and maybe offer some solutions, alternatives. I know after I spoke with them, they said, yeah, you can speak with somebody. His name is Dante. And I said, yeah, I know Dante. I'm going to call Dante. So it's good you're here. In fact, when I walked in, I told Austin, I said, hey, when we get done, I want to ask you about something. And it was this. So I didn't know it was going to be on the agenda, but that it's a big concern because like Beth said, for me, it's a huge problem in Butts County because that amount of sales revenue or that money coming in is something that's already accounted for. That's a big deal in our county. So if y'all could offer some solutions, I'd like to hear those.
You know, the Department of Audits, we feel is critical. It's critical for government oversight over the assessment offices to make sure everybody's complying with Georgia law. So that's first and foremost. The law was changed in 2015 with House Bill 202. That required, and it stems from Senate Bill 346 that was passed in 2011, where they started doing sales price capping. That distorted the Department of Audits and Accounts sales ratio study. 2015 was a fix to that problem. So what it did is it allowed the Department of Audits to choose sales in a time period that they choose from. However, they have to time adjust back to a January 1 date. All right, it sounds all kind of fine and dandy, and a lot of counties weren't really being penalized because we were having a normal kind of economy growth. You know, you get into your August, September, the market kind of flattens out until you pick back up in the selling season in the spring. So when they're doing that, there's just not a lot of market change between the fall and spring. But since our economy, it never slowed down. It just simply never slowed down month over month. And with the law being structured the way it is, that they're pulling sales back theoretically to a January 1 date, that's simply not happening. We're required to reflect what's going in the market calendar year to calendar year. We're required to utilize sales that are occurring in the 12 months preceding January 1, or just simply preceding January 1. Paulding, we have ample enough sales to look at what's going on in our local market. And you're coming up with a median value. You're coming up with a median level of assessment for what's occurring in that calendar year. It's not fee appraising. I've been fee appraising for over 30 years. I know what it's like to appraise a property in April versus March versus September. You'll yield a different number every single time because of the selling season. You're trying to get a good blend, not too high, not too low. But with the Department of Audits, when they start doing their trending number, which is nothing more than doing a mathematical calculation and figure out, okay, the economy has grown 12% divided by this many days in the year. It's a daily rate trending back. Understand what they're doing. You can do that same number 5 different ways. You'll get 5 different numbers. The state has never adopted any standardized method to even do this. So I think the law is part of the problem by not allowing the Department of Audits and Accounts to trend their numbers into a market period that boards of assessors are reflecting. So we're looking at a 1-to-1 comparison. Until you do that, your study is going to be further off. And when the market flips, which we will have a downturn in the market, history has shown us this, then the opposite is going to show in this study. It's going to show that assessment offices are overvaluing property owners. So it's really a look ahead. We're required to do what's called a before ratio study. We do ours typically in December, and I'm telling my board, here's what's going on in the market. Here's where we are. We're 5, we're 10% low, whatever the number may be. They allow the appraisal staff to start adjusting to account for that new market condition. It's amazing that every year their Department of Audit study matches that before I've even had a chance to take and look at that new market. So and our citizens are going to be penalized if we can't win out in appeals, or if we do not send the public utility assessments out at what we feel that number should be.
Let me add, so does your association have a paper on this that recommends a better way to do it?
We have, I can't say that our organization has, but I can say that we have proposed changes to 48.5/274 for recommendations to change what we feel like would correct this issue, to put us back on a level playing field while allowing the Department of Audits and Account to still have a good oversight over local assessments.
Okay, thank you. We're running behind. We have 2 other questions. Certainly want everybody to ask their questions. We have Chairman Martin and then Representative Fry. And then we will get back and try to wrap this up for the lunch break. The DOR has graciously agreed to come back after lunch. So we're up against lunchtime. We want everybody to finish up, but we will try to go to lunch about 15 minutes later than we had planned, but that's no problem with that. Chairman Martin.
Yeah, but Mr. Chairman, both gentlemen actually did a little bit of what I wanted to do. I wanted to throw in a little bit of an attaboy to Mr. Griffin and the folks over at the audits. I mean, they provide the audit based on what statute says. I mean, so when we say it's not good. I think I wanted to say that. And I think y'all would both agree. Greg Griffin runs a good shop over there and does a good job. So if we have that issue, the second thing is it's not surprising. Government doesn't always get anything right. Sometimes doesn't get anything at all right. But I don't think anybody in the United States was prepared for the market we've just seen in terms of a real estate market. So it's not surprising to me that there's not a smoothing in our what they're calling sales ratio study. I mean, it's going to trail us a little bit like the university system where we're 2 years behind in funding people, but it's 2023 and we know exactly how many people's on campus now. It used to be behind because we didn't know. Now we do. There's a better way to do it. So I'd love to work with you guys on this. I want to go back to what Chairman Camp said down there though. And I appreciate what you said about you're paying, if you buy it at this price and you pay it at 3% or the person pays different. I would also say that you got somebody that bought that house at $200,000. When they bought it, they knew they were going to pay sales tax. And you got this other folks over here that bought it at 50 and they didn't. And that's probably, and they both may sell it for 25 later on. If you apply 3% to a $200,000 house price 30 years ago, you get about 450 or something. I think my deal, told me in my compounding. So, I mean, it gets us there. So my question then, as we're getting to all this is, how do we do it? And again, that doesn't require an answer. I want to work with you guys on it. How do we do it to properly reflect the craziness of it? There are sales going on in condominiums in Norfolk County, townhouses that literally 27 townhomes are bought. The first one sold for 500. By the time they get to the 27th, when six or 9 months later, it's selling for $1 million. I mean, so what are they worth? Because this time next year, it may be $1.5 million or it may be $7 million. So it's hard. We've almost gotten to the point now where the value you have to set on January 1st may not even be close to when you're paying the bill in October, right? It could be lower or higher, but we don't have, our system has run out from under us doing a point in time assessment, fair market value and assessment, and a point in time payment to do that. So thanks for that. And thanks for, taking care of Mr. Griffin and the auditors, and that they're just doing what they're told, and we need to do a better job.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make this brief. What would your thoughts be on maybe just moving the DOA's audit to every 3 years? And that would give the communities an opportunity to catch up, and extending that time period would kind of be a 3-year rolling average. And it would take into account any sharp rise or sharp falls that we would encounter. It seems like an easy fix could be, without me knowing what I'm talking about, would be to move that audit time period and lengthen it out. Would that work?
Well, I've heard worse ideas from people that know what you're talking about. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank y'all very much for your patience, and thanks to everyone on the committee for all the input and question and answer here. I think it's very productive. Dante, please.
Well, thank you. Just had a few slides left to try to go through them as quickly as I can. Next one, I'll be talking about commercial properties and the 3-year lock. So that's under section 48.5.299C. So there are two minor good faith barriers in the appeal statute. So when the taxpayer goes to appeal their value, they either need to submit written evidence or attend the hearing in person. And if they do one of those two things, they will get the lock. And that value is going to lock whether the taxpayer wins their appeal or whether they lose their appeal. But what we're seeing now is majority of the appeals are being done by consultants for corporations. And so it's benefiting commercial properties at the expense of non-commercial properties. So something that was originally supposed to be taxpayer friendly, I think at this point is morphed into something that's taxpayer unfriendly. Many of those corporations that are taking advantage of this lock statute are either out of state or they're foreign corporations, and they're shifting their tax burden to the residential properties. So it's hurting the folks who are actually living in our communities. I will say that it's not just a 1-year effect, it's a cumulative effect, because the value then locks for the next 2 years. So it's not like as one of the other taxpayers in that jurisdiction, I'm just paying for the additional burden this year. It's this year, the year before, and the year before that. So it's something that the commissioners are finding concern, and we're seeing a big tax shift, and just wanted to bring it to y'all's attention. It locks going forward, but if someone had locked years previously, then then it catches up with you. Yes, sir. Are there any questions on this, Chairman Washburn?
Is that your last?
2 of the slides.
No, go. I don't see any questions. Go ahead and
Okay.
proceed.
All right, so another thing I want to talk to y'all about is the appeal loophole. So when properties are under appeal and that appeal is unresolved, there are a few ways the taxpayer can elect to pay their bill for that year. One of the most common ones is for the taxpayer to pay 85% of their property tax bill while that appeal remains unresolved. Now, there are multiple avenues of appeal where this is an issue. So appeal to BOE or an appeal to Superior Court, but there are situations where there's no way to kind of close out the appeal if the taxpayer doesn't participate. And it's definitely true, the appeals to Superior Court, where if the taxpayer doesn't pay the required filing fees and show up for the hearing, then that property is under appeal indefinitely. And while that happens, they're able to pay on 85% and skate on the other 15% of the bill until eventually something happens with it. But I mean, it could go on for years under the current system. So that's a loophole I wanted to bring to y'all's attention, is something that might need to be cleaned up.
Thank you for that. In particular, in the bigger cities and counties, the opportunity to go to appeal to Superior Court is not very taxpayer friendly, of course, but we can talk more about that as in our whole thing about Board of Equalization, and maybe having almost a single, more knowledgeable person to hear the appeals, but we can talk about that later. Thank you. Go ahead, Dante.
And the last slide I had is concerning inflationary concerns. So I mean, local governments are expected to roll back the millage rates to offset inflation, but there's no inflationary allowance in our largest revenue source. So I mean, a dollar in today's money doesn't have the same purchasing power as a dollar last year in today's inflationary environment. So just in the way of background, and GMA touched on this, but if local governments don't do a full rollback, they need to advertise a tax increase, hold the 3 public hearings. So that the local governments are subject to inflationary increases in their expenditures, the same as the general public, but instead of it being items that you buy at a grocery store, bread, milk, and eggs, 2 areas where we see pretty significant inflation. Cost of paving a mile of road, I think from 2021 to 2022, in a lot of areas it went up a little over 60%. And then that was before the cost of petroleum jumped again this year in 23. So that's certainly a large cost for us. And I also wanted to mention just essential employees have an increased salary, such as sheriff's deputies, and important to have them. And that's the kind of inflation we're seeing. So it's difficult, if not impossible, to face inflation in our expenditures without being able to take some in our largest revenue source.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, is that?
Yes, sir.
Completed. Well, thank you so much. I don't see any other questions, and we are right up. We're running a little late on lunch, so we'll break. I would like to ask you, Dante, and Jim Thornton, if you would send me a little particular summary of needed changes, or if there's stuff that y'all would like to see, that will be helpful for us when we begin to consider this for writing our report. So if you could just send me a brief email with kind of bullet points about the suggestions you have, and I'd be appreciative of anything from y'all as well. Thank y'all so much for your patience, committee members. We do have lunch for you in 4:15, I believe it is. We will break for lunch now. We had originally planned for an hour, but since we're a little behind, if we could make it 45 minutes and come back in at 1. The DOR has graciously agreed to wait till after lunch. And so for our afternoon presenters, DOR will be up first when we get back at 1 o'clock. So we will break for lunch now. And thank you all for your participation. Committee members, there's lunch in room 415. Ladies and ladies and gentlemen, come to order if you will, please. We're running a little behind off our schedule, but we'll get started. Our next presenter is Mr. Austin Gibbons of the Georgia Department of Revenue. And I want to thank him again for his flexibility and being willing to wait until after lunch. And thank you so much, Austin. And I will let you introduce your associates, and we will look forward to what y'all have to present.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Ad Hoc Committee. My name is Austin Gibbons, and I serve as Director of External Affairs and Communications at the Department of Revenue. So today, Ms. Watson had to go back to some other meetings, but we're joined by the two Joes. So Joe Adams, who is a Digest Compliance Supervisor and is going to be leading our presentation, and Joe Snowden, who works with me as a Legislative and Legal Affairs Specialist. So agenda today, our local government services team does a lot. The majority of our Digest Compliance folks are actually outside of Metro Atlanta. And so they also do, unclaimed property, loss distribution, central assessments, QTP. We're going to focus today on Digest Compliance mainly and touch briefly on central assessment, QTP, and local government services distributions of the different sales taxes. So with that, I will hand it over to Joe Adams. And I know we also have several folks on Zoom who might be able to jump in at some point. Like I said, most of our folks are outside the metro area, but Grant Hilton and Kenny Colson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this afternoon, we're going to go over the 4 points of agenda that Austin had just mentioned. Spend a lot of time here on the Digest Compliance. We were kind of instructed to give you a brief overview of the property tax part, at least from the Department of Revenue's participation in what we do into that part. So number one, I think we'll kind of start off with the digest in itself, and it is submitted by every county. 159 counties must electronically submit their digest every year. So the counties must submit them to the Department of Revenue in a proper form, and has to be accompanied by documents, statistics, certifications, everything that's required by the commissioner in the statute. The commissioner then verifies that none of the properties that are under appeal at the time fall under the digest submission or the limitations that are listed in 485304, which are just standard of 5% of the digest cannot be under appeal. That's the total value of the total digest. And if it's under a complete reevaluation year, is 8% or more. So it is expanded to 8% on counties that do a revaluation period. And there's also that one little stipulation of 1.5% of one property being a very large valued property cannot be under appeal versus the total digest. So those are just numbers we look at under the appeal time frame for prior to the digest being submitted and approved. As long as everything else is in order, and we'll issue a receipt to the digest and the collection of those taxes to be submitted and authorized for that collection by the local government county that has submitted their digest for approval. So if everything's in order, the previous mentioned documents, statistics, we look at appeals, we look at certifications, whether qualifications have been met. Also must send us, and I believe part of the conversation we've had early this morning was a notice of assessment. So every county does have to send us a notice of assessment copy just to make sure it's fits the promulgated rules and regulations form that is the notice of assessment found in 485306. But if everything's in order, then we'll issue the collection for taxes. We'll also carefully examine the digest to ensure that valuations under this 3-year cycle, we discussed this Department of Audits this morning as well, falls directly related to this 3-year cycle. This 3-year cycle revolves around all 159 counties. So 53 counties are under review every year, and it cycles back around to where all of them have been under this digest review period. Each one of the counties is reviewed more extensively, is how we like to put it, as they all are examined every year by the previous slide under that digest submission, but it is a more extensive review during this 3-year time period. We sometimes perform performance reviews These are only called upon by the county governing authority of a local county by resolution. They can request that a performance review be done on the Board of Tax Assessor's office or be conducted. What happens when that occurs? Once we receive that review from the Board of Commissioners, we have 30 days to announce a 3-person board. Those 3 members are consistent of 1 member of the Department of Revenue, and 2 of those members have to be chief appraisers, obviously not in the county under review. We do have rules and regulations that I kind of reference up in here too. Past the performance review part, we also educate the counties. Georgia Certification Program, which I myself as a supervisor over, that's what I do. We are required by law to prepare all materials, instruct all local tax and county officials, and administer courses for not just the instruction, but introduction and anything necessary to provide training for these individuals, continuing education as well, to all local tax officials. Some of those listed are tax assessors, the tax appraisers that work in the assessors board office. We also do the county boards of equalization. I know we had questioned that earlier this morning too. We also do the public. They are more than welcome to take our classes as well. We have tax commissioners that are also educated through our programs each year. Now, last year, I think we had just over 1,100 appraisers and appraisers in the county. We have over 500 that we have to educate that are assessor board members. There's over 1,400 BOE members and 22 hearing officers. As you can tell, not a lot of those, but we do educate those on an annual basis for not just the continuing education, but also we administer exams for their level advancements as well. We have some staff duties that also deal with properties themselves that we assess values on, mainly conservation use values and forest land protection values. The commissioner is required. Yes, I'm sorry. The commissioner is required by rules and regulations to establish what's known as a table of values for current use assessment for both CUVA, more popularly known as for current conservation use, and FLPA or forest land protection. And that is done on a market and income approach, 35%, 65 rule, 35% on market, 65% on income. Those studies are done on an annual basis. We also have to send down timber harvest values annually to each county using the most recent weighted average price that we provide by the department to the counties. They must then apply those for tax purposes for the volume of wood that has been reported removed for the fair market value of just all timber that has been harvested. As far as forest land protection, we do also audit and administer and enforce how the counties appropriate funds for those. The General Assembly, as the law reads, that has appropriated department funds for forest land conservation use to assist these counties on grant money from revenue that is basically lost from the conservation use value versus the fair market value. And I'll get into a little more detail on that in just a second. Those FLPA grant monies, the Forest Land Protection Acts, are allotted to every county, every city, every school board, whether it be independent or county. Now, that revenue reduction shall be calculated by subtracting the aggregate forest land value of qualified properties from the aggregate forest land fair market value of those qualified properties. So we kind of taking the difference between the conservation use value, forest land, and the fair market value. And that's where the grant money is redistributed back to the counties from. If their property in the county has only been a reduction of 3% or less, then that assistance grant back to them shall be equal to the amount of 50% of the actual reduction. The digest compliance section also deals with AAVT, or what's known as annual alternate ad valorem tax disbursement. The digest compliance team, we have to verify the accuracy and completeness of when these counties do submit electronic consolidation sheets in order to properly disbursement and allocate those AAVT funds to each county, and to ensure that these digest values and millage rates are correct when we put them on our website. That's part one from the digest compliance part. We can move into central assessment here, dealing with the actual appraisal of certain types of properties that the Department of Revenue has to oversee. We did talk a little bit about the Department of Audits and public utilities, and that's where the centralized assessment gets into. So we do public utilities according to the law. All properties belonging to what's a public utility are required to annually be returned or valued, as we like to say, by the Georgia Tax Center at fair market value to the State Revenue Commissioner. Now, we at the department, we have to review these returns. I believe our gentleman first thing this morning talked about history, and the return is kind of when they declare a value. We review those, we make adjustments on any of these returns that we deem necessary using the 3 court tested methodologies of market, cost, and income. We'll determine the appropriate level of assessment that's to be applied on these particular properties. And then we will present this proposed assessment to the State Board of Equalization. After that, we issue this assessment for these public utilities to the local county board of tax assessor's office that these particular public utilities are in that county. We also value flight equipment. Flight equipment can be passenger or freight, and it is only commercial airline companies that are valued by the department. We use 2 market studies on this. They are known as Avitas Blue Book of jet aircraft values and also Airliner Pricing Guide. We also deal with railroad equipment and railroad car valuations. We also collect the taxes and then remit these and collect it to the appropriate taxing jurisdictions. So it requires the commissioner to collect these and then remit these to the correct jurisdiction. And that's pretty much for the centralized assessment. We also deal with a new property from a couple years back, new legislation dealing with qualified timberland properties, sometimes known as QTP. And I'll define that for you first, because we do have a pretty big part in this. Now, qualified timberland properties, QTP, is defined as a tangible real property that has its primary use as a bona fide production for trees for the primary producing and producing timber for commercial uses. So that's the big key. And it's been deemed certified by the Georgia Department of Revenue. So we certify that this particular property under application actually uses the production of the trees for commercial purposes. The fair market value for these QTP properties are delivered annually, appraised in accordance with the Qualified Timberland Property Appraisal Manual that has to be produced. It's developed by the department, and it contains a complete parameter for the appraisal of all QTP properties. And there's also a regional table of values that's based off of geographical locations, along with the different productivity levels found throughout the state and within. We determine the fair market value. To do this, we have contracted with the University of Georgia for consulting services provided by experts of the Warnell School of Forestry and National Resources. The income valuation is also used to estimate the bare land value by calculating the present value of what's known as the perpetual periodic timber income. So the income approach is used on these particular properties as well. And the department appraisal staff employs a market approach methodology of commercial timber tracts. And finally, the final determination of value for this qualified timberland properties is also required to shall not be no less than 175% of properties that are under forest land conservation use value. So that property's value under FLPA would still have to be at least 175% of that. The department shall ensure that the appraisal values of the qualified timberland properties are also delivered to the local county's jurisdiction by July 1 of each year. So those values are turned over to those counties that these properties are located in as of July 1. They have appeal rights for property owners and the county. And it reads as follows: the applicant or even the county board of tax assessor's office may appeal the department's decision, whether it's related to them being a qualified owner or if it's related to any kind of certification, or should say non-certification as well, of that applicant's timberland as listed as QTP qualified timberland, or even just the appraised value, whichever one the case may be. They can appeal all 3 of those. They appeal these to the Georgia Tax Tribunal Board no later than 30 days from the department's publication of their decision. All right, and finally, we'll get into distributions when local government services deals with. We discussed a little sales tax. We do manage the local sales tax distributions to MARTA, as well as the Georgia State Financing and Investment Commission, and to the counties, the cities, and any school systems in this state. And the counties, each county government may impose a local school tax, a local sales tax, above in addition to the state's 4%. So obviously they can raise that. Monthly, the department distributes sales tax receipts to these local taxing authorities. So we issue these local sales tax receipts each month. We also distribute FLPA grant payments back to the county. That comes from our distributions. We stated how it's determined earlier, and we also distribute those. We have to take this yearly distribution from FLPA to all counties and cities. We have to log yearly an FLPA application into spreadsheets and then verify the millage rates for that particular area that this property may be in. If it's a special district qualification, we have to ensure that bond levies are not included in that so that can accurately give us a correct math calculation for that. We will submit requisitions to accounting for the payment for these FLPA funds to these local governments. We track the payments to them, and as discussed with the Department of Audits, if there's a Department Audits communication with that particular county in question, we have to also be aware that we cannot send FLPA payments to those local governments if there's something going on with the audit department's exceptions. And that's pretty much our presentation today. Questions?
Thank you very much. We do have a question from Representative Smith.
And this probably, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'll just admit it. But on that central assessment, you talk about railroad equipment car valuation. Is that an actual railroad car?
Yes, sir.
And I was just wondering, you know, when we tax people, we give them benefits like garbage collection and different things. What happens? What do we give the railroads? What is something benefit they get out of paying that tax?
What does the railroad get for benefit for paying that tax?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
I don't know. It just hit me.
I can find that answer out for you.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. It just hit me when you were talking about it because the railroad is so independent. We pay for about everything we do. I shouldn't say
correct.
We pay for all the sideline, spurs and all. But I just wondered, everybody else gets garbage collection and different things, police protection. I didn't know. Maybe they get police protection. I don't know. But anyway, okay. Thank you.
Now that tax, the railroad car tax goes to the state.
That's public utility. That's dispersed back.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Chairman Martin.
To follow up to Representative Smith down there is what they get. I think they get what a lot of citizens get. They get to live and operate in the state. And I don't mean to be flippant about that, but I understand they have to build their own roads, if you will, the railroads. But I mean, their folks drive on public roads to get there. They do, they are safe. They, those same things. Because if we applied that, these folks that I'm getting information from that are in their 60s and don't send kids to public schools would ask why they're paying for public schools. And I think the greater good, I guess, was, and perhaps you could tell us the railroad, the central assessment is done central because the cars move around, the things go so that it's spread out
Like
among
transitory in nature.
Yeah, it's spread about, but it doesn't go to every county, correct? If there exists a county where there couldn't be a rail line, it only to people that have a proportionate share of the.
As it stays, yeah.
Yeah, so the idea is it does kind of get back to the counties that are providing something.
I believe so on that too.
But I do take your point. They do build their own railway. They don't, but don't, Representative, don't we charge them on fuel to run the trains too? Well, I mean, again, they don't drive on our roads, and that they pay a transportation tax. It's a good point.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And I thank you all again for your flexibility and coming after lunch. We appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Les Snyder of Wembley, Lawson, Steckel, Schneider, and Stein, and he is going to make a presentation to us. He and I have discussed, and it will be an interesting presentation based on some of our conversations today with the tax assessors about valuation, et cetera. And so I really appreciate Mr. Snyder joining us today. So thank you, Les, for being here. And please present to us.
Okay. Thank members of the committee, Chairman Washburn. I'm here today not on behalf of any particular taxpayer or a particular client. I'm really here today to float an idea to you that I had shared with Representative Harrell and Representative Welch a number of years ago, and we seem to have a very positive conversation. I've had a number of anecdotal conversations with a number of tax commissioners about this proposal. I have openly shared it with ACC and GMA, and I just want to go through with you a little thing, a little history, not necessarily about real estate, but about the fact that what this committee and other committees have done in the past really have made a significant difference when somebody came up with an idea and then, followed through with it. About 31 years ago, I was put on a committee by, I think, Speaker Murphy at the time that related to occupational taxes and regulatory fees that local government charged local businesses. And there was a complaint that it seemed like the lawyers and the doctors and the dentists, they paid occupational tax, or what you all would refer to as a business license, in one place. But a plumber who happened to be working in 90 different jurisdictions paid 90 different business licenses. And nobody thought that was terribly fair. And from that, there was a bill created from a study committee. It passed, and it's been in functioning for 31 years. And I constantly get calls from other governments in other states saying, how did you all get this passed? This is so much fairer than what we do in our state. So I say that because sometimes there are problems that exist, and I think you all have brought out a lot of good questions today about property taxes, and I think it's time to take a fresh look at it. The fresh look was what we did 5-6 years ago with TAVT. I remember Representative Burkholder, who was in the body at the time, used to complain bitterly about the fact that how is it that people have to pay an ad valorem tax on their car every single year? They never really owned their car. They always had to pay the state a little more money. And we all know that there was sales tax on cars. So there was sales tax, there was ad valorem tax, and I sat down with a number of people in the industry and sat down with some other folks and listened to all this. And from this, we ended up eliminating the ad valorem tax. We eliminated the sales tax. We substituted the TAVT tax, which is a lower rate than the sales tax was. So the average citizen literally pays less today when they buy a vehicle than they did before. Yet funny enough, because we clogged so many loopholes and so much legal and illegal cheating, so to speak, or sleight of hand, the state actually generates more money today than they did before, but the average taxpayer pays less. And I think that's an important lesson. And I think it's a lesson that perhaps we could use when we address real property taxation. I'm not naive enough to know that we will ever get complete equity in real estate taxes that people pay. But I think we need to make a move toward equity
and to really look at what can be done to make this system simpler, easier, more understandable, and raise less ire or fury among constituents. Nothing upsets people more, as all of you have articulated this morning, than getting that notice that my taxes were okay for 2 years and now all of a sudden it went up 40% or 30%. Nobody really, they don't believe it, they don't understand it, and they don't appreciate it. So what I'm going to talk about today, and I think it's in your files, but it's what House Resolution 934 is, which was, again, introduced by Representative Brett Harrell and Representative Andy Welch at the time, to really look at an alternative system that is not sleight of hand, that doesn't necessarily rely on what an appraiser says, but deals with one thing, the marketplace. Now, Representative Martin made a very interesting point, and that is, what is fair market value? Fair market value, according to when you look in the code, says what a knowledgeable buyer will pay a willing seller. The trouble is, that's a lie. I've gone before Board of Equalizations or whatever, and I said, show me the evidence that you have that this buyer was knowledgeable. And there is no evidence to any of that. Sometimes it could be a stupid buyer. Sometimes it could be a highly intelligent buyer. But at the end of the day, what fair market value is exactly what Representative Martin talked about. It's what somebody actually pays for a piece of property. Be they stupid or smart, this is what they paid. And the premise of this legislation is to get at the fact that we have to look at what people will accept as rational logic in what they think is fair and right. So, unlike cars, and since we have so many real estate people on the panel here today, unlike cars that usually go down in value year after year, property many times, if you hold the property long enough, usually goes up in value. All right? Let's take advantage of that rising asset, but not in an abusive way. If I buy a piece of property for $100,000, and as Representative Fry talked about, this is their home, and as Representative Martin talked about, they don't look at that as much as appreciating the asset is something that they want to live in, and they don't want to get thrown out of because of higher tax rates or higher evaluation, more importantly. So what this what this House resolution would do, and it would have to be something voted on by the voters, but it gives the local government the option to accept a system that what you pay for it is what we are going to assess you on. So going to the point that Representative Crowe talked about, if somebody buys a piece of land for $100,000, whether they, and this is before any development, then that piece of property, that person will pay tax on $100,000. But as Representative Fry pointed out, the house next door that was bought for $50,000 will stay at $50,000 because that's what that person paid for it. Now, I have informally and anecdotally, and I want the committee to do whatever necessary research it feels comfortable with, but I have talked to numerous counties and said year over year, the selling of land, how often does your digest grow? And in places, the larger counties, let's say represented by Representative Martin or other people in the legislature, the addition of the digest goes up dramatically. So I am not worried about the counties or the cities in those areas running out of money. You're going to see a natural growth of the value of the land. And that should be enough money for those people to factor in the points of view that we heard about earlier about inflation and the cost of government, et cetera. And I don't have any negative feelings about local government and the fact that they don't try to do a good job. But there is nothing more aggravating to someone than to feel that there's a backdoor tax increase because the valuations go up and nobody's looking at the millage rate in that particular area. As you pointed out, Representative Crowe, the fact that it went up to $100,000, the taxes don't go up until somebody decides, well, we're going to do something with the millage rate to impact that increase. But it is very hard for someone to say that the fair market value is not what I paid for it. I mean, I couldn't look at you all in a straight face. If I bought a house for $500,000 and they sent me a tax bill and it had $500,000 on it, what am I going to tell you? It's not worth $500,000. I'm stupid. I shouldn't have bought that piece of property. I think you will eliminate appeals dramatically. And I think it will be very transparent to folks. It won't force people from their homes. And I think that it will force local governments to say, look, our digest went from X to X plus Y. So therefore, we're either going to keep the millage rate where it is, or we're going to adjust it downward. We are going to try to do everything we can. And I realize there's a lot of ancillary issues that you all would have to deal with in general legislation, but this provides the local government, again, the option, not a mandate, but the option to go to this system. And I think it's very important to do so. If you'd follow with me on the bill, which I guess is in your files, it's LC 289512. These are the benefits of the bill. And if you look starting on line 15, it's going to provide greater transparency for taxpayers because what you paid is what it's worth. No other games being played. It eliminates ambiguity in the annual appraisal and assessment process. How easy is it for somebody to say, well, this person paid this, this is what their valuation is? Number three, it eliminates the need for taxpayer appeals, except in instances of a recent transaction or improvement concerning the real property. Clearly, if I buy the piece of land that Representative Crowe talked about for $100,000, but then I'm building a house on top of it for $250,000, there would be provision for that property to be evaluated at $350,000. Line 19, greatly lower the administrative cost relating to assessing real property for taxation. All of the discussion today about that sales ratio issue or whatever, that would all be eliminated because there wouldn't be any question of what the value of the land is or what the property is. 5, reducing the number of appeals in Superior Court, thus reducing costs. The gentlemen who are the appraisers today were very honest. The average taxpayer doesn't know what the heck they're doing when they go before these appeals panel. They wish they would. They wish they could afford an attorney who was expert in the area, et cetera, but that just doesn't happen as a practical matter. Wouldn't the constituent be much happier to live with the fact for what they paid is what it's worth? 6, reduce administrative costs to preparing and mailing annual appraisals and assessments. A lot of that could be eliminated. Make digest data available to taxing authorities much earlier in the year, which would allow for more precise forecasting and budgeting. 9, require less time and resources for the state approval of the digest, which I think would be a key factor and a benefit for all of us, and eliminate the annual discussions on capping values increased on real property. That in particular, I think, is important to address. I know that there's been a number of think tanks, I think the Laffer Group and others have talked about, well, we always have to bump it up a little bit. You know, you got to bump it up 1%, 2%, et cetera. And I would question that logic. I would ask you all if Why can't we let the market decide what the digest and totals? Why do we have to have an automatic increase? Not everybody gets an automatic increase in salary or gets an automatic increase in their wages. Why can't we live with what somebody paid is what it's worth? I don't think I think if you will study and look at some of your larger counties, the breadth of the increase of the properties sometimes is dramatic, as I think Representative Camp talked about. When something goes from 25,000 and the next person gets it at 250, if they can pay $250,000 for that piece of property, my guess is they're going to be able to pay the taxes on that 250. But they probably don't want to have an additional tax increase if they hold it for 10 years. They'd like to pay it on 250. If we see the size of the digest growing as it does, I think that's enough. And then responsible local government people will determine the appropriate millage rate. It may come down if there's enough growth in your area, as you talked about, then they may not have to increase the millage rate. They, in fact, might even be able to decrease it to help everyone concerned, yet have enough money to operate the local government. Reduce the potential for interference and pressure applied to the valuation process. There's so much gaming going on. It goes on all the time. I mean, just as an analogy to the TAVT program that finally got done, one of the reasons that the state actually collects more money today than they did on the sales tax and ad valorem combined in the previous way was all the shenanigans that went on when, you know, the quote unquote smart people figured out how to benefit themselves, but leave everybody else with the tax burden. I don't think that's what we're here for. We're here to come up with a move towards equity and to figure out that folks who can pay a price for a piece of property ought to have some reliability and some predictability that they are able to be able to enjoy that property for however long they want to keep it. And then the last point, which I think was a reference by Representative Fry, to help address unhealthy types of gentrification, which may force people from their homes. I mean, how lousy is it that somebody would be able to afford a house, afford the taxes on that house, and then slowly but surely over a decade, they're forced out of that house? I don't think that's the dream that we give Georgians or the predictability that we want. If you look at going further down in the bill, lines 41 through 47, you will see that basically the governing authority can initiate this alternative method by resolution or ordinance of the governing authority. Again, it's a may, not a shall. And then they provide for a referendum to be voted on by the majority of the folks in that jurisdiction. And there's some provision where you just can't flip back and forth all the time. And you can see there's a 5-year trial on it. Again, we have to start somewhere. And this resolution basically says that what it's evaluated at now is the starting point for everybody, for residential, for commercial, and then it stays at that amount until it is sold to someone else. And again, we go to the issue of real live numbers, not predictions, not speculation, not, well, I think it's worth this much. It's what somebody actually is willing to pay for it. And that would be the process. And the digest would naturally, I believe, grow every year. You folks in the real estate industry can call me stupid, but from what I've seen, real estate by and large goes up over a period of time. I realize there's peaks and valleys, but at the end of the day, I think we're dealing with a rising tide on this. And again, it makes provisions in this resolution. If there's substantial improvements to the property, et cetera, that would be factored in by the appraiser to figure out what is the appropriate evaluation. I don't think people like to be surprised by taxes or anything else. And I think this approach, if a local government wishes to take this approach, is something that gives people not only predictability, but gives them a sense of the county or the city is working with me as to I can actually stay in my residence. I've already addressed the fact that the percentage, I don't believe that we should have a percentage increase. I think it should be dictated by what the price was for the house. Now, I've been around here long enough and developed enough gray hair to know that there's always compromises and discussions about all these things. And I think that I know at the end of the day that something like this takes 120 people in the House and takes, I think it's 38 or 39 in the Senate to move this thing forward. But I think it is a bold move. And a lot of the stuff that we talked about today, although I think it's very important, is working around the edges. It's not getting to the guts of the issue, which is what's a fairer way to have people where this doesn't become a source of continued irritation, my property tax bill. We talked about what fair market value is and isn't. The analogy about, well, you go to the bank and they'll tell you what they think is worth. Even the bank, when they give a mortgage, they're taking a guess on it. They don't know. And I don't think people ought to be taxed on a guess, even if it's an educated guess. I think the market is the best indicator of what something is worth. And I think if we do that, again, the average taxpayer is going to have a hard time looking you straight in the face and say, oh, I paid this for the house, but it's not worth it. They'd have to prove their case in that particular situation. I think you're going to address any inflationary concerns by doing this. I think every time we look at an exemption that gives it a 3-year lock or things like that, that's for people that hire lawyers to do these things or hire experts to do these things because they game it so that they appeal every year so they can get a lock for as long as they can. This system would eliminate that. They have their figure, they keep it until it's sold. So that's my bicentennial minute on this. I hope that, all of you will give it serious consideration. I realize that I came here today not on behalf of anyone in particular, but when people like Brett Harrell, who I thought was really a very innovative and thoughtful Ways and Means chairman, and Andy Welch was a thoughtful attorney who dealt with local governments and was very much concerned about this issue. I thought that that was pretty good indication that maybe we were on to something. And as much as I want the House to embrace this, I would like the members of the Senate to embrace it too. I think this can be a game changer for taxpayers. I think it can be a real positive for local governments. I think you're going to see digests grow properly according to market. And I think you're going to have a lot of responsible local government people be able to say, well, see how the digest is growing? Or even if it's staying flat, we can adjust our millage rate accordingly. We can really do the responsible thing that if we need a tax increase, it's going to be straight up. We're doing it. We're not doing it backdoor through just increased valuations. So I'll be happy to stand for any questions. I've tried to make this as simple and straightforward approach as possible, but I think it has real possibilities, and I hope that you all will debate it in a way that it can come to be.
Thank you very much, Les. We do have a couple of questions. I think Representative Fry was up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you bringing this up. This is seems like a very equitable idea. Do you think there's going to be any way that we could compare to municipality or what's going to be the difference? How can we figure out that difference in I guess the big question is this: if I was a mayor, I'd be going, okay, well, this is going to lose me a bunch of money compared to the money that I got last year.
I think not. I think it'll be just the opposite, but let's assume that the digest in, I don't know where county, Georgia, let's say the digest was $1 million, right? And that's the digest they dealt with last year. The first question I would ask, and I asked some of the larger counties this, and I promised I wouldn't tell you which counties and how much, but I said, how many sales did you have last year? And with those sales, how much, if we only dealt with the million, and then we added on the increase from the new sales, has the digest gone up or down? And they go, it's gone up substantially. Now, going to Representative Kemp's point, if she sold those $25,000 places for $250,000, they're going on the rolls for a lot higher money. So unlike a car that depreciates in value, most real estate appreciates in value. And it's up to the county after that. But if I knew that I went from $1 million to 2 million, I would know that almost immediately, because as I understand it, and I don't do real estate, but you got to file those things, and all that information is available. You know exactly how much the digest will have gone up, and you'll know it very quickly. So I think the actual size of the digest will increase, because, man, we're not reducing it from what it is right now. I've accepted the fact that where it is now is where it starts. And now we're going to go up from there, totally based on sales.
Follow up. I appreciate you bringing this up. And I really liked your point of let's let the market decide. Because what I think this would do would, in communities that have a lot of action, a lot of things going on, they're going to be able to profit from it. But then in other communities, they may have to tighten their belt a little bit if they're not trying to grow.
Or they're going to have to honestly just increase the millage rate because they need more money.
Yes, that's right. Thank you very much.
So those are the choices.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Chair Lady Camp.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate your comments as well. I know the opposite happened a lot of times from 2006 to 2011 with property values. Hopefully that was a once in a lifetime occurrence, and we'll never see that happen again, because that was horrible for a lot of individuals. Looking at this, I was unaware this was even a bill. How far did it go? Did it make it through committee or to committee?
If memory serves me correctly, I believe Harrell and Welch signed it and dropped it in, and they began talking to, I think, local governments and others. So I am not sure it actually got hearings or anything like that. There was not, let me say this, I mean, I'm very fond of the folks with GMA and ACCG, so I don't want anybody to feel that I feel like they're not doing a good job. But at the end of the day, this is just like the occupational tax thing. We need a fresh look. We went to a location-based system for business licenses or whatever, and the cities and counties make more money than they ever have on occupational taxes and regulatory fees in a proper, fair way. I think this does the same thing. And going to your point of the horrible time in real estate, I guess my question to you is, were there a lot of sales during that period, or was there a slowing of sales to go to Representative Fry's point that the digest maybe stays more stagnant, that it doesn't do?
Well, to answer that question, and I'm sure Representative Crowe can give more detail on this, because I know he was in the thick of it as well. We had a lot of homes that sold. There were sometimes, I mean, there was one year I sold 27 homes, and I only sold one over $100,000.
Right.
And almost all of my transactions were cash, because the house down the street is foreclosed on, and they don't want it to go in a negative manner, or they're going to use it for an investment property. So in that respect, it kind of brought everyone's home values down, because when you have so many homes in a zip code or a neighborhood to sell at a lower value, when an appraiser comes in, that's what they get their information from, whether it's the county or whether it's fair market. So that's just just a pause, just
Well,
a
I think
thought in
that's
this.
that's a great point. And I guess at the end of the day, if Representative Fry's home's 100,000 and you're in the house next door, but you have the problem of you've got to sell, he doesn't, he wants to live in the house, and you go down and your house right now is on the books at 75 and it sells at 60, that's what it's worth at the time. That's what that one has to be. But I think if you look at the total sales in the county, I wonder if the actual total digest will go down or will it stay stagnant?
Yeah.
And I don't think his home should get a benefit just because you had to sell and it was a fire sale.
I agree with that. I agree with that synopsis. I guess I'm just looking at the total digest over
Mhm.
time. Because there were some counties in our state who had an extremely high foreclosure rate.
Right.
There were some counties that was not the case. I'm not objective to this at all. I think it would provide more transparency for school boards and municipalities and county government for the taxpayer to actually be able to see the millage rates, because if your
That's
value
right.
doesn't change, it's coming from somewhere. So in a world where a lot of people are struggling to put food on the table, they don't have time to sit around and really try to figure out something, because basically this is hard, and to simplify it would make it so much easier. So I think this is a viable option. I would like to explore this more with the committee if Mr. Chairman would agree to that
Yeah.
later on.
And I guess I think you make another excellent point. You're selling, whether it's foreclosure or you have somebody buying a house and it's $100,000. Well, there's not a lot of guesswork if the person says, well, what are the taxes going to be? And you can say, well, last year the millage rate was 25 mils. So this is how you calculate it. You're going to pay 100,000. We're going to take 40% of that, divide it by 1,000 and multiply it by 25. And you may or may not get a homestead exemption, but you know you can pretty much tell that person what the tax is going to be. And I would say to you all, commercial property should have the same effect. If I'm building a facility, I'm going to hire people, I want to know what that tax bill is going to be. And I will have a great sense of that and not worry that the next year, because there's been a lot of other sales in the area, my building taxes are going to go up 50%. I think the sticker shock is what we're trying to eliminate at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you, Chair Lady Camp. Before I get to the other two questions, I think it's very intriguing, and it is a real simplification of the valuation process, of course. And I do think too that most people, especially with single family homes, they don't go look at what their tax bill is going to be when they decide to buy or sell. They buy or sell because they've had a new baby.
Yeah.
And they need more bedrooms, or they've now raised their babies and they need smaller. So they will tend to buy and sell for reasons other than taxation. And so that the fair market value argument's a very sound argument also. And I think it's very intriguing that the studies might indicate that the digest continues to grow, and it's growing because of inflationary pressure and because of the resetting of the property value. So I think it's an interesting idea. I think in order we had Representative Crowe next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Les, thank you for bringing this to it is very intriguing. And I'm big fans of both of these guys. In fact, Representative Welch is my predecessor, so he's a very smart guy. We've been friends a long time, and we tend to agree on a lot of things. I do see some benefits to this, and I think that, to the point earlier, I think that Spencer made, I don't worry so much about, the digest coming down and them saying we're going to lose all this money. My point earlier, they're not going to lose any money. They're going to set the millage rate to get the amount of money they need. That's what's going to happen. I think it would provide transparency in that, though, in that it would be, this is changing. Your taxes are changing because we decided to change the millage rate because we needed to have this much money come in. not because your value went up on your home. And I think that's where valuations now are kind of a double-edged sword. I think a lot of folks, they like to see their values going up. And I will say that a lot of people like having their values redone every year because it gives them an idea what their house is worth if they wanted to sell, rather than going to some kind of an online marketplace, Zillow or something like that, that is based on, you know, a lot of really basic facts and run through an algorithm. This is a little more objective. And they kind of like that. My concern, though, two concerns really. One concern is what is a concern that we're not seeing. And I don't know what that would be. There's always unintended consequences with anything. And I don't know. I feel like there might be some that I just can't quite put my finger on. But the other thing is maybe two. You know, I know people don't buy and sell houses because of taxation, but there are maybe times that folks may decide not to sell because they don't want to. You know, folks aren't selling now because rates are higher and they're like, well, I have a lower rate, so I'll stay in. If somebody wants to sell, they may say, you know what, well, I'd like to sell, but I don't want to, because if I go buy a new house, it's going to be more expensive because prices have gone up since this, and I might pay more taxes. And so that might stagnate sales a little bit when we're having inventory problems like we're having now. We don't want to do anything to keep homes from hitting the market. And the other thing is that I think over time, depending on how many houses sell each year, you're going to have a wider disparity between who's paying more taxes and who's paying less taxes. Does that make sense? Because you're going to have
in a particular neighborhood, that would be true.
Yeah, because you're going to have folks who have bought here, and you'll have the newer folks. If you have, you know, more newer folks here and more older folks here, they're all going to be paying based on the same millage rate, but they're going to pay more over here than they do over here. And I think that disparity is going to get wider over time.
If you
Depending on how
have,
many
you're
sales there
right.
are.
If you have a neighborhood that has 100 units in it and 50 of the people bought in 1950
Mhm.
and the other 50 bought in 2023, they are going to be paying different amount of taxes. But I guess going to the point of the people who bought in 1950, they bought it, they've lived there, they're prepared to pay whatever the millage rate is because they want to continue to live there.
Mhm.
And I don't think we necessarily want to say, well, we're going to have you pay more based on what we think
Mhm.
your house is going to be worth down the road.
Yeah.
My point is that the people who bought it for 50 ought to pay on the 50. The people who bought it for 100 ought to pay on the 100, because neither one of those people can argue that what they paid for it is not what they should have their taxes based on. You're going to eliminate a lot of arguments. And again, remember, this is only the constitutional amendment. And if this passes by the electorate, then you all are going to have a general law that you're going to flush out more of the points that you set up. But from a real estate perspective, I would resent somebody telling me that today my house is worth $1 million until somebody shows up for the $1 million, right? Going to Representative Washburn's point, the person bitches about their taxes, and then he says to them, well, would you sell it for that? And they go, oh no, I want a lot more. Let's eliminate all that conversation. What you pay on, and again, you're going to have the predictability of the digest. We know what it's going to start at. And you're a seasoned real estate person. So over a 5-year period, do you think the digest is going to go up overall or is going to go down?
I think it's generally going to go up. By how much may differ. And
That's right.
My concern would not necessarily be the value of the digest going up, because I think homes are going to sell for more next year than they did this year. Most years, except those crazy years we had in 08, 9, 10, 11. But it's the gap. And I think I was having a conversation with a couple of folks earlier. You know, I think the goal in all this is to try to figure out a way to make it as equitable as possible, right? There's no perfect solution to make it to where those who are requiring the most services pay the most amount of taxes. There's no really way to figure that out.
That's true.
And you certainly can't really do it on a per capita basis where you charge one tax amount to a household based on how many people live in that household.
Exactly.
Which would be more equitable, but not realistic.
Right.
And I think this gets back to that again. I think by having such a disparity in what people are paying for a house in the same neighborhood versus that sold 20 years ago versus now, I don't know that the person now that's paying a lot more, are they requiring more services? Are they putting more stress on the county? Are they requiring more ambulance services? Are they requiring more police services? Do they have more kids in school? Maybe, maybe not.
Right.
But it becomes unequitable as far as who's paying what. And we're trying to, I think, flatten it out, I think would be my best guess to, so where everybody
you-
pays, you know,
Mm.
the fairest amount possible.
You
And
may,
I'm not saying this don't do that.
Oh,
I'm
no.
saying, I just, that's a concern that I don't know if it would manifest or not.
you're exactly right. You can't tell. I don't know if the family of six determines needs more services than the single swinger who only has an occasional visitor come to their house. They use less garbage or things like that. But at the end of the day, we want to really eliminate the bitching and moaning of the constituents who are complaining to the county commission, complaining to an assessor, complaining to a state legislator. And we're basically saying, look, are you telling us that this house is not worth what you paid for it? Most people will say, oh, no, it's worth that much. I'm only addressing the valuation. Now,
And
somebody else is going to address the millage rate.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're right. I think you're right. There's no perfect system. But I know that if the large counties who have big turnover in their real estate sales, if they know that their administrative costs are going to go down, their appeals are going to go down, that if most people prefer today TAVT versus paying sales tax and ad valorem on a car, I've got to believe that most people will say, if you leave it at what I paid for it, I can live with that evaluation.
Yeah, and I also think that it may be able to accomplish the same goal if we could figure out how to get them to understand what's happening with the valuation versus the taxation. That those two are not the same thing when they get those assessment notices, because I don't know that people care. The only reason they care about their valuations going up and being mad about it is
Because the
they
bottom
think it's gonna
line
make their taxes
taxes
go up. Right.
And I
And
think
so,
that,
and all of that is based on the millage rate that's being set by the local governing authorities. Then
but there's a certain cynicism that enters into this. And the cynicism is they're increasing those evaluations and they're only speculating on those increased evaluations in order to get more money. So they're keeping the millage rate the same, but they've increased their digest by 25%. So I didn't fall off the pickup truck yesterday is their attitude.
right.
And I don't think that's healthy.
Well, that has to be advertised as a tax increase. I know a
It might
representative from
be.
ACCG, and I had that discussion because there were some talks about whether or not if they didn't do a rollback, if they kept it the same,
Whether it should
would
be.
they have to advertise it as a tax increase? And absolutely they should.
But then you have the issue that occurred in certain counties where people would get increased evaluations in neighborhood X.
Mhm.
And neighborhood X was I'll call it a well-to-do neighborhood. And they were told by the county, well, we gave you a quality of life factor that you have a better quality of life than the people living in this neighborhood. So therefore, that's why your evaluation is higher. That's the type of nonsense that people just resent.
Sure.
And what I'm saying is at the end of the day, it's hard to argue with the market. It's hard to argue with price.
Yeah. And again, I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. I'm just trying to flesh out some thoughts that are, that could be a problem. I know we got a lot of other folks to get to, so I'm going to move on, but
Sure.
thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Representative Crowe. Before I go to the other two, I would like to make a couple of comments. First of all, I appreciate that. I think we're dealing with two different topics and paths here. One is just the proposal that would make it a simpler way to value the digest.
That's correct.
Representative Crowe raised what is a very important issue, and it's interesting that they discussed it at lunch. I've had it on my mind for a long time. And so since he recognized that elephant in the room over there, I think I'll make a quick comment about it. One of the biggest issues we have is the unfairness of the system, that a person who owns a lower priced home puts just as much demand on the service delivery as the person who owns a much higher priced home or owns a farm or owns timberland or owns industrial or commercial property. And so the need to think about that in terms of some sort of equalization of tax burden is a challenging subject for us.
That's
And that's where more sales tax comes into play, of course. So I think that I appreciate Clint mentioning that, and because I think that is a significant thing that we will be talking about, especially more about the shifting of the burden to more sales tax when we get to that point. So I appreciate him bringing that up. I think that's a good time to mention that. Also, I did have one question for you.
Sure.
This is, as I recall, this is a local, we would be empowering local government or local counties to put this to a referendum. The local county would decide about this system, correct?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And the local government doesn't even have to accept that option. They
Yeah,
would have to do
they're
it on
not
their
being
own
required. This
motion
is,
to ask for the referendum. That's correct.
It is, so it's
And they
permissive
could
and not
u-
required.
Right. They could use some of the points that Representative Fry talked about where they could look at their digest and they could tell people, well, last year it was 1 million and then we had these many sales. So our digest is now 2 million. So they could look at that, in fact, and well, this might not be a bad system for us to utilize. But you're exactly right. And the reason I think it has some chance of moving forward is because it is just an option. It's not a mandate.
Right.
And I think that's the key part. And I think if everybody believes that local governments are the experimental areas in government to try to get things done, let's see, there have been one local government, obviously, that has freezed something, you know, whether they freeze an evaluation or an appraisal. This could be something that they could try, and then if somebody else wants it. But I will tell you, the bigger places with the greater activity probably would benefit financially more from this system. The one that's stagnant, as Representative Fry talked about, it may not make much of a difference, and they would have to be stuck with, are we going to increase our millage rate? Because we need to.
Well, before I go to the other two questions, I think that's one of the most intriguing questions is what the digest, how the digest would grow
Right.
using this system.
Mhm.
Obviously, some folks stay the same. Their value didn't go up at all, but I think that is an intriguing question about how the digest would
Yeah.
grow using this system rather than the system which causes so much appeal, so much argument, et cetera.
Right.
Yeah.
In fact, I know a representative who was thinking about this before the two representatives here introduced this bill, actually went to his county and asked, and that digest had grown 35% just based on sales.
Actually, too, before I get to the question, I'm sorry. Jet Tony's here to testify in a few minutes or to present to us about how there's such radical differences in valuations on identical apartment communities in two different counties. And so I'm pleased that this would include everything, all properties.
That's right.
And it is letting the free market speak and setting the values accordingly. So sorry I took so long there. Chairman Martin is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All good words. I'm going to look into my history, and I mentioned earlier, this is going to be more of a comment than a question, earlier about the setting of what you pay for it with the person. I'm going to handicap you. There's little or no chance this will pass or implement if you say there's not an inflationary piece put in it. It's just not going to happen. I've been around here for 21 years. I've been in local government for 10 years. I'm not going to, we'll go get a beverage, Les, if Mr. Snyder and talk about that. There's just no way they're going to, over time, you're going to split a piece of property that, my parents built their house in 1961 for $2,000 that they're going to be paying, tax on $2,000 when there's a house sitting beside them that's paying tax on $200,000. Now, that said, that's just my opinion. But I do think there's a place in there because we've got to equalize it. And Mr. Chairman, this is why I want to do that. Two houses exactly the same. Their backyards back up to each other in North Fulton County. One of them sells for a 70% premium over the one whose backyard backs up to it because the road it's on exits directly to downtown Alpharetta and is walkable. The other one goes out the other direction, is another 1.5 miles if you're walking to downtown. Same house. Now, when I say same house, I don't mean the exact same house, but just call it within 100 square feet, 2-car garage, whatever. those people are paying completely different taxes, even if you go with Mr. Snyder's of what I paid for it. I contend, and I look back at Dr. Solquist, in the 1800s, that property tax was put in so that I think they referred to it as species of properties would pay the same thing. Well, those houses are the same species of properties. They are the same value to those families that reside therein. And yet they're paying almost 100% different taxes. So I would submit to this committee, and it's a heavy lift. I told Mr. Snyder earlier, I said, get your feet planted because the building may shake when I say this. But I would contend that in 2023, property is different. When this was put in place, if you had a 100-acre farm next to a 100-acre farm, one grew peanuts and the other one grew cotton, they were valued at about the same, right? Representative Smith, down in your way up in North Georgia. Now we've gotten a situation where we're valuing properties that are almost exactly the same, that may have a different view of downtown, 50% different. That, to me, is not uniform. And that's one of the requirements in our Constitution. I mean, you same house, same thing, but you're throwing you can see downtown into it. So my question, I guess, and if I need to wind this up in the form of a question, is rather than to figure out what Mr. Snyder's talking about here, and I didn't handicap him with a good possibility, or what I talked about earlier, or what we have today, maybe we go back one whole step further and go, is leaning completely on property tax to fund county and city and schools the only way to do it? And Mr. Chairman, I think you said that earlier, that moving toward a sales tax system is a more equitable base so that people don't game the system. Because my fear, isn't it true, is if you implement this and Fulton County adopts it and Cobb County adopts it and Gwinnett County adopts it, so that if you come in here and because they do it, their millage rates may go up or down, but the county next door doesn't, then you have a radically different tax situation. Because if you buy in that county, you're paying tax on this valuation, they're valuating it a different way. Sell the same house, you buy it across the county line, you're paying something completely different. So I guess I would submit to the chair that if we're going to look at the big picture, we might not do it between now and January of 2024, but we engage ACCG, GMA, gentlemen that have experience in this, as Mr. Snyder, maybe Mr. Tony does, and find out if we're really, the valuation is the way to do this, or is that only a piece of the way to do this? So that'd be my comment and question to the chair, is maybe that's something we look at, is this the way to do it at all, valuation only?
I appreciate very much Chairman Martin's comments. If you get down to it, we talk a lot today about uniformity in valuation. The truth is there is uniformity, but it has nothing to do with that. Uniformity is a demand on the system, demand on the educational system and on the local service delivery. And that is pretty well, more or less. I mean, if you've got more kids in a household, there's more demand, but rooftop to rooftop, the demand is pretty much the same from each dwelling. And so I think it's a very interesting thing for us to think about, which is entirely in a different direction from valuation. And as Chairman Martin has noted, that's a big undertaking and something that would take a lot of work. But it's interesting to me. I'd never anticipated that our conversation today would move toward that here. But if you get down to it, that is the core of the problem, I think, is that we're under a system that's been used for so long, and now things have changed a lot. And at the end of the day, we're trying to give our local governments a way to fund the service delivery they need to deliver, and to fund the educational services, their portion of the educational services they need to deliver. We have, is it Representative Fry? Representative Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, I agree with Chairman Martin's comments about the CIP adjustment. I don't know how that would actually play out, but I think that that's a decent add to it. But in this time of a lack of housing, a lack of doors in the market that occurred in our population was increasing at a clip that our housing construction was matching up until 2008. But then the population kept increasing, but we have not been able to keep up with, for a million different reasons, with the housing. I firmly believe that this bill would encourage the construction of single-family homes and developments within communities, because it would really get the government out of the way, in the idea that if the government wants their tax digest to increase, they may want to quickly approve a 100-home neighborhood on the edge of town to increase their base. And that's what we need right now. We need doors in the market. And legislation like this would really encourage that. And it encourages municipalities to allow the construction of homes, which is what our citizens need. And that's what we're here to do, is to help the folks that need our help. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Fry. I see no other questions. Mr. Snyder, I really appreciate you bringing this recommendation to us, and appreciate your knowledgeable assessment of it and commentary on it. And Chairman Martin.
Just a point of order here. I just want to make note, the chair would make note that Representative Fry and I did agree on one point that, from the left and the right down here. So I from the left and the right.
The chair notes that the record should so reflect that we have agreement from these two esteemed members of the Georgia House. Thank you, Les, for coming, and thank you for entertaining so much question and comment.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next we have Mr. Jet Tony, and I'd already kind of given you a preview of what Jet was going to, I had asked Jet to come speak on this, because I think it is a significant piece of what we're doing here relative to uniformity, especially more so in non-residential properties. There's an extreme lack of uniformity. So go ahead, Jet. This is Mr. Jet Tony of the Cornerstone Group.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Jet Tony with Cornerstone Communications Group, representing the Georgia Affordable Housing Coalition, who are the developers who compete at the Department of Community Affairs for federal and state low-income housing tax credits. The competitive nature of that program assures that the properties that DCA determines are the most needed in a given year are awarded the tax credits to begin the construction and operation of tax credit properties. I want to tell you a little bit about the program, because the program is either misunderstood or folks are simply not familiar with it. This is a Ronald Reagan era program. President Reagan had seen through his lifetime, just as some of us in our lifetimes have seen federally funded housing projects in communities all over the state. You've got them, Representative Smith, down your way. Spencer certainly, Representative Fry certainly has his, and each of you have had probably in your cities federally funded housing projects. But under the Reagan administration, the president said, we're going to get the federal government out of the housing development business. We are going to incent private investors to invest in low-income properties. And the way that we will do that, this is the federal credit, we will award federal income tax credits to those investors. DCA, as I said, administers this program. They administer the application process. They receive the applications from and proposals from developers. And then based on a scoring system that changes a little bit every year, based on DCA's priorities for that particular scoring qualified allocation plan, then awards points, and the tax credits are then awarded to developers, who then allocate the tax credits to private investors. Those investors are not only in Georgia, but they come from all over the country. So you see through this program a great deal of an influx of investment money for very high quality, low income, multi-family residential developments, very high quality. And Mr. Chairman, if I forget, don't remind me, please, to state why it's significant that the quality issue is so important in this program. So the legislature created the state low-income housing tax credit to mirror the federal credit in 2000. It was part of the One Georgia Economic Development Plan that was put forth by then Governor Barnes and leaders in both the House and Senate. The legislation that created the state housing tax credit was passed nearly unanimously, and it certainly was bipartisan. The program almost immediately began to see a fissure in its efficiency. So let me explain that. When a developer earns through the scoring system an award of tax credits over a 10-year stream, the developer then allocates those credits to investors. The money that is invested in the properties then goes, it is a financing instrument. The developer also has to take out loans. The developer may get USDA money in certain areas of the state. Local governments may provide some small incentive, but there are numerous financial instruments that go into the construction and development of these properties. Now, there are two types of properties. There's family, which is, I consider, workforce housing for low-income workers, and then there's senior housing. Now, the folks to qualify to be eligible to live in these multifamily developments, the individual or family must have an income that is a percentage of the area median income. So we have two Georgias in this program. We have the metropolitan Atlanta income, and then we have everywhere else in the state. And that everywhere else in the state, the income level is very low. Representative Fry can speak to that much more effectively than I can. So the developer receives this financing instrument, this investment, but then the developer, and please don't miss this, it's key, the developer commits for 30 years to operate that property and to offer those units or a portion of the units, if that's the agreement with DCA, at a below market rate. And when I say below market, I mean significantly below market rate. And so, and that enables low-income workers and families to live in the properties, to afford to live in the properties. So I said there a fissure occurred. In year one of the first allocation, in which properties were begin to be built using the federal and state credit, local assessors began to value these properties well above what would be a typical assessment of a commercial property, Mr. Chairman, a commercial property, rental property, by using a variety of methods, not just one method, but a variety of methods, and sometimes even including the value of the tax credit into the value of the property. And I say to you, which of you have paid taxes on your home mortgage? Have any of you paid taxes on your home mortgage? You have not. Your mortgage does not increase the value of your property. But according to some county assessors, that is a fair inclusion into the valuation of the property. Now, so over the time period of 2001 to today, we have seen in some counties, Mr. Chairman, some counties, I do not wish to indict all of Mr. Handel's counties because many of the counties get it. They are partners with a developer. The developers are partners with the state in this. And in some cases, the developers are partners with a local housing authority, whether it be city or a county agency. So these unfair, inconsistent, and egregious property taxes mitigate the ability of the developer to maintain the properties. Now, I'm going to give you, here's the most egregious example that I've seen. And I can provide these tax statements if the committee wants them. So a prominent developer of low-income housing tax credit properties built a 70-unit senior property in Fulton County. It's south of downtown. The tax bill was $39,000. 70 units. In DeKalb County, the same developer used the same architectural footprint. I think there was 4-unit difference. The tax, and he built 2 properties, twin properties. The tax bill was $270,000 on that property, 6 times what the assessment was in Fulton County. That developer has battled and battled and battled with DeKalb County. Other developers have battled with DeKalb County, Lowndes County, Bartow County, and other counties just to get a fair assessment on that rent control properties. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm not here to whine. We do have a solution, and it comes from the state of Mississippi. Mississippi passed legislation that creates guidance and a formula for the assessment of the properties. And then the Mississippi Department of Revenue has done a fabulous job of putting that law into regulation. So there's a single page statement of how those properties are to be assessed. So those of you that have commercial property, you want your property, if it's income producing, which it most certainly probably is, or you wouldn't have it, would be income, less expenses, with some type of capitalization rate. And that is the determination of the value of the property. But what we are seeing in DeKalb and other counties is assessors not using the income approach, not recognizing the rent control, sometimes adding the value of the credits on top, a 10-year stream of credit, adding that on top of the valuation of the income, or sometimes we see assessors using the cost approach. But let me tell you why that's faulty. So when the application to be scored for state and federal housing tax credit, DCA, is about that thick. It's cost about $100,000 to create this application. That's what the developer is out before any earth is bought or any dirt is turned. So in that application somewhere is a pro forma on what the anticipated expenses for the property are, including the cost of property tax. And in some cases, and DeKalb is guilty of this, and other counties are, the assessors helped develop or calculate that value. And then 2 years later, boom, 5 times what was in that application. So it somewhat makes a mockery of the application process. And I say to you in repeating this, the developer becomes a partner with state and federal government. I mean, there's a 30-year partnership there. I'm not a gunslinger. I would not invest in a property that the government told me how much I could charge in rent over 30 years. I'm not going to do it. I'll take a 3% CD for that period. So what we're seeing is just an expense, an inconsistency that has jeopardized these properties. Now, I'm going to brag on the legislature because 3 times the General Assembly since 2001 has passed legislation to give guidance to assessors on how these special properties, these government subsidized properties, should be assessed. 3 times you or your predecessors have done this, and it's pretty clear, but more times assessors have violated what was the legislature's intention. There have been multiple court cases all the way up to the Supreme Court. It's a muddy mess. And the assessors and the investors in the properties, basically, how do you pay 5 times what you anticipated paying, other than taking it out of the developer's pocket? Or planned rehabs of those properties in future years are going to be less because there's not the operating expense. So you might say, well, how do the developers, why would anybody do this? Well, the developers make the money through a development fee that goes to the developer. It's over a period of years, and that's how the developer makes his or her income on it. The properties are basically budget neutral. So whatever the income that comes in has to sustain that property, especially after that 10-year stream of tax credits. So, Mr. Chairman, the solution, we think, and we tried this 2 years ago, we didn't get very far. The solution is and we've been told this by DOR and folks in the judicial system, that there needs to be a constitutional amendment passed to create these properties as a special class. The mistake that I won't make this time when we try to introduce that this year that I made 2 years ago is we will come with enabling legislation that the General Assembly can look at. So last time we just said, let's create a special property, but now we're saying, yes, let's ask the citizens to create a special class. But this is how it's going to be assessed. And everybody should abide by that. And then DOR would create regulations on that. And Austin, I want to say to you, your predecessors have done as much as DOR could do to try to educate assessors about the special nature of these properties. But in some cases, that education from DOR has obviously fallen on deaf ears. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope I've offered a solution there, and look forward to answering any questions. And I'll provide those documents to the staff if you'd like.
I would, and thank you, Jet. I have a couple of quick questions. We want to make it really quick because we have one more presenter and we need to get out as near 3 as we can. Is the tax credit a one-time credit, or is that something that comes every year?
It comes for a stream of 10 years.
Okay.
So the developer, if DCA scores high enough, scores the application high enough, the developer receives credits for 10 years. So rather than a big lump at the start, the developer is going to receive those credits that are then allocated out to investors over that 10-year period. And, the one thing that we haven't even talked about is that investors get squeamish when they start seeing 5 times the assessment. Investors from other states may say, well, Georgia's assessors are out of control. This may not be an investment I want to make.
Well, it seems to me, and I wrote down some numbers. I'm going to do that math a little later. I think on the front end, that $270,000 tax bill indicates a very high assessment on that property,
yes,
which is probably unreasonable. And of course, this whole thing flies in the face of the idea that you're supposed to be paying taxes based on the fair market value of the property. The state of Mississippi, with their legislation, was that for low income tax credit properties alone, or maybe some standardization of all
I believe it.
multifamily income properties?
I'll look again, but I believe it's only on the IRS section 42
Mhm. Okay.
properties.
Thank you, Representative Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jet, would the enabling legislation say something like it would only allow the assessments of those properties by the rent/income method, or
Well,
include maybe that the tax credits can't be included in evaluation?
Well,
Simple as that.
it is a fairly simple bill, and I will provide that to each of you. I just didn't want to give you any more paper today.
Sure. And thank you so
Or
much.
slideshows, but it's very prescriptive, and that's what makes it work. There just aren't any other sources of income for these properties other than rent. So
No, it's a very important program. I appreciate you bringing this to us again. I know we've been working on it for years, so I'd love to fix it. Thank you.
thank you.
Well, thank you, Jet, very much for coming and for presenting. Our last presenter of the day is Mr. Alex Bradford of the Georgia Farm Bureau. And Alex, we appreciate you coming. Is Adam Bellflower with you as well? Oh, you're Adam. I'm
Yes, sir.
sorry. I'm having trouble keeping all y'all
Yes.
separated. I apologize. I'm sorry.
No problem at
This
all.
is Adam Bellflower. Alex is not here, right?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Perfect. Well, thank you for presenting to us today.
Yes, sir. So good afternoon, committee and chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Like Chairman Washburn said, my name is Adam Bellflower and I'm with Georgia Farm Bureau. Y'all's a longtime colleague, President Tom McCall, sends his regards. He's not able to be here. He's traveling. And also my boss, Alex Bradford's not able to be here. He's also on the road. So y'all have me to come present to y'all today and talk a little bit. Chairman Washburn reached out to us last week, in light of this conversation that's been going on today, and he wanted us to come and speak on the importance of agriculture and CUVA. The program got brought up today a little bit during y'all's discussions, and we just wanted to take the opportunity to highlight the importance of agriculture in the state of Georgia, talk about the significance that it plays, and in regard to that, the importance that CUVA plays in supporting agriculture. As many of you know, agriculture is the number one industry in the state of Georgia. It is the backbone of the state's economy, but it's also the lifeblood of many rural communities and their economy. As we look at the current state of agriculture, especially acknowledging the past few years, farming right now is a tough industry to be in, like as many other places, but the input costs and the expenses and the burdens that farmers continue to face year after year, the way that those increase rapidly and oftentimes dramatically, creates a very hard environment for farmers to operate and be profitable, right? And we, as this discussion has revolved around property values and looking at the property values, farmers face that more than most farmers are large property owners. They deal with hundreds and thousands of acres, and any change to the property value greatly impacts the expenses that farmers face. So with that in mind, kind of a few things that Chairman Washburn had brought up that I wanted to speak to. We mentioned the idea of the tax burden of a lot of these large landowners, or the burden on public utilities that a lot of these large landowners are placing, differs pretty greatly from residential's. Former state economist Jeffrey Dorfman, he's done a lot of research in partnership with Georgia Farm Bureau and other agriculture groups over the years, looking at the impact of conservation use property on local economies. And there's a statistic he oftentimes cites from the American Farmland Trust that residential property, for every $1 invested by a local government, yields a return of roughly 87 cents on the dollar. It's creating a strain. You're not actually what you put in is not exactly what you're getting out, which makes sense. There's a lot of utilities the residential property requires, and we talk about trash and road usage and whatnot. But looking at conservation use land like farmland, forest land, things that fall under the umbrella of CUVA, those bona fide conservation use programs, they yield a return of roughly $2.40 for every dollar invested. So these conservation use lands, these forest lands, these farmlands, they're bringing a lot of positive return to these local communities, to the investment that local governments are putting in, and to the tax dollars that they are contributing. And just with that in mind, we like to really indicate and point out the benefit that having these conservation use lands, having these farmlands, having these forest lands that it generates for a lot of these local economies, whether that's in jobs in the agricultural sector, jobs in the forest sector, and then also the added real estate value that a lot of people we see that move from your more urban and metro areas to your rural communities. A lot of what they are moving for is the open green space and the environmental. There's an environmental benefit, but also just the appeal of having larger tracts of land, the appeal of having not the congestedness of an urban area. So there's a lot of appeal that these conservation use, and there's a lot of benefit these conservation use property, this real estate gives to these local communities, and that agriculture itself gives back to these local communities. And again, we appreciate Representative Washburn for giving us the opportunity to really highlight that and to speak about that in this discussion again, and just acknowledging that time is of the short here, and we're getting close to that 3 o'clock mark. I don't want to spend too much time harping on that. I again just want to make that point. And if y'all have any questions about Kuva, if y'all have any questions about agriculture and specific, I'd love to kind of field those now and just kind of hear what y'all have to say, any thoughts y'all might have to say about that.
Okay, do we have any questions from anyone? Adam, I really appreciate you coming, and the Kuva, of course, is a very significant program, and of course, goes without saying how important agriculture is to our state, and we appreciate all that it is to the state of Georgia and how important it is. And I appreciate you making the trip up here today, and appreciate your brevity, because everybody would like to get out and try to beat that traffic. So
Yes, sir.
Please give President McCall our regards, and thank you again for coming today. So I appreciate it very much.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is our last presenter of the day, and I will entertain a motion that we adjourn. Moved and seconded. Our next meeting is next Wednesday, the 18th, same time frame, starts at 10 a.m. and adjourns at 3 p.m. So thank you very much to the committee for being here, and those who are here online. We appreciate the active involvement today. I think we've had a very informative and productive day, and we've raised a lot of interesting issues that we'll continue to look at. So thank you all for being here. Please travel safely. Thank you.